Another Thursday. We call it Reflective Thursday. I'm just in to welcome the folks on the platform and then get them to carry on with what they also love to do. But this is Bamaso, streaming live on Aqua24 Radio, Abrawapa Radio, as well as Aqua24 Radio GH on Facebook, YouTube, and X, simply at Aqua24 Radio. Yes, this is where discerning Ghanaians with discerning thoughts, we come just to contemplate on all possibilities with which we would become co-creators and catalysts in the making of a very amazing and beautiful Ghana. Here, we know we are the very Ghana we are talking about. That is to say, we are here to work on ourselves so that we will be able to discover the beautiful versions of Ghana that we are, and from there we make the very best for our dear nation Ghana. That is why we are here today. So if you are here for the very first time, whatever the case may be, remember, you are the Ghana you are so much concerned about. Your input is so much needed to contribute to the development of our dear nation. So that question that we should all be asking ourselves is, what should be my contribution to that Ghana that I want to live in? That is all. To this effect, I would humbly welcome you once again to Bamaso. And Chiaka says, Ronkona de Mudo, and Koma Bia will be our feed another Aqua24 Radio, Abrawapa Radio, and Aqua24 Radio GH. Say Facebook or Aqua24 Radio, YouTube and so and X and so and a Reflective Thursday. And Yaba, but what you coming to reflect on the many things that we have been told in the past, we have discovered, among other things. In fact, when it comes to reflection, I am manage reflection. And Yaba de any Yaba, Yaba de any Yaba. Memo akwaba ebium e de abadwumadi so na mebema ofa kwame akwaba keke neja maira nemum so tie ani se de nana tena nana sarebidi akone Dr. Ebenezer Mofa Boate me se ne papa yunti ye beko so aboni dinda nana nketia etie ani ya ene ne chese fa posmali ene den so memo akwaba e de eba enadwumadi ne so enje anum na yento akwantu no so one more time to discover what we need to do. They all say to me, yo, Yabia Ejinabia, no minor, and calling fefe. Into over Kwame, say, what Tim and can, Memo Aquaba, Bamaso.
I drink as you
now, Faboko, dear
Boko, and there where that no Europe no ye come.
Sir,
now, in him say we dear, uni. And then also ye Reflective Thursday. And now, if we mamunyo mononso chese, yasase no ye ni ya yapadi out.
That's right.
Sebe you, sanye you, ijna ye na ya brabos.
That's right.
Enti se yanshe ne nieme eche ya ntrenwa wane yo. Enyumbi su ka ho. Wose ediempo yadie wose omei sebeye you senye you free ye
ai dia oka mo mai hu hiao Ghana mai ye wara udo Mo, and now can I?
Baku bin so ka ho. Baku ka ho na AIS me no. Say your responsibility. So wanya why ne be you? Na enum no de bi ebeba mekai. Ade no memory no say wo person wo ka omwa ohon mu ana afi we ya betiro no
Petro be so ka nyom na kire nti na
general assassin
oh and no dey say if no dey na ba ku bi wo ho
and one ka say o man se be you ni tail end no that's the chorus and one se be you say you man for brand say general assassin ni chorus na wo kan
ba kwa de make de be ba o accuse yen say ya de wo se you a dachi yen ene be soa no brem no and ahwe mi ma comment me life o say me kakra aka me no e wo se me yo na se me kwa na se Ghana hu say yes e kwa ne a yebetumi ya liberate ye hu na ka ma wie me duma kwa meda na wo hwe se de no kure ni yisi ye man no a bitu me say yenyansa no ene wo se educate no se de be ya benya oman no ho do because ye free bibi society no se want to me organize o dia na chese wo be wiase no why de wo so ye enena me reading about African, the origin of the word Africa. And I'm copy so say, say, I found this idea no my. Na Arafono, one thing I was or more. The woman say, religion no, womu friends, so for penino yema woman. Ama womu a unity woman. Chese. Afre Arab Dunyanko Arab ni obe community no one man yonko Arab ni obe kaba ko woman nyina be sane ho amegu so into ni pebia ye no mu ne ti wiase ye me bi wo a o mo ya adne but enam se de o sie sorry o mo solidarity wo mo nti e mankrofo suro mo but na ye hu ni sa Africa ye hu ni sa the Ghana crowd de money ya we ho ni say ye ni aye say twa ye hu eni ye kun eni ye soma ho eni ye destroy ye man no say de be ya adachi generations e beba obra no be ya we ho amom eni ye bonsa ena me kopia so bie mu nso a yesi nkrofo bi within the ECOWAS sub-region, one could be Sodom City, our Western region home. Yeah, baby, forest reserve, large forest reserve. And you move me, I just a deep beer, you good beer, or mucha, and no more deco. Now, metiti, ya, as a concession, no, son, I'll be ubinyano. This would tree Phoebe. Emma obi ohwe no so forest reserve no so aban dada no also you pretended to say there aban no onim ho inti Ghana ye ho no hwe ye say ye man no a my fie ni to Ibrahim so be receive ye ni o because some money dam ho na mo say mo there no kreni ono nko obeboa senka mo chichire dia obeboa na mo say no de no kreni no sa meboa mo de ene no kreni say o system of governance no na hamo mo nsesa no na monhwehwɛ kwane a build Ghana, because I really hope so my resources kɛseɛ hey wotwa w'ani a bibie no wɔ value and I was about value and reality kyerɛ sɛ ɛma gold ɛnya position, diamonds no nya position. Na information I mean yeah say simply because they are rare. But it's not true. Yes, any rarity a money value, but special value be a properties be a warm one, and the money yet so good. Gold, what they pour, say abba, oxidize that. Tell be a opebia bra. And ubet me a abu bonwa mana is a shit. So ubet me just say we malleable. That's the word they use for it. Ubet me abu bonwa odo from our noon from a hunisi ne echo. So how many metals ne was our property be? I'm also so you go be being wa. It me try diamond, but diamond utre bibia, enti enye se ni fenkwa o ana na yi nkwa certain properties bi na no na me di kwa adwudwiri mu na papa yi wo ka bibi se ni ye unique, but we are unique, it's okay, but if bibi added value into one fact value and to life for sure, you are one of them. Uniqueness in you, and talent and yanko the man will develop no, not for boa society. That's where you contribute with value, no, your friend added value. And a man for, and then your friend Thursday, reflective Thursday, you begin drinking. I have your friend I drink a for, and the be here. Near begin grinning so concentrated to dwell a war. Yenia brabum, Yenia mind, because ye catchy, Yanum, a bippy may, ye, a free titio, any penny for them who say, ye, correves. And now, dear me, no craning. Me who say me fa problem no ma abrofia, because Bruni de ananipa as a human idea wouldn't be na oko pie bi so say enkrofo bi hu so mfa so a ene kwani kwa bia so a obeji afri onsam ne obeji yesi Ghana fo e ko Nigeria say no nim say Nigeria for say menken yedi enti omo de aye flowers and they anum ko so na they can what we say we di french fries da we feel say eno need the best no. Let me tell you, said bomodia say the air fryer ba bomodiya na wonya menken no bia no obubu ne nkete ti say the would be fries no. Oh, but me I won't advise you to cheat in oil, but with the fagu air fryer now from time to time no also no na one masking na cake come on na so nyari diabetes dia kan wa no hwe e ho na be hu say french fries eni ya just ya to the french fries and the french fries the fried français enti me de my can enti yem put on that added value yenche manu no mun develop more talents na yem no yem mind because de nyane enye go no ye dwapade kese eni se de be ya ye be train nipa no protect ye odpade a odmaye ye friend environmental resources na baby na me ko pie say de wo musi respect environment no Hey, France ha me win. Woman no ade frɛ wɔn hia ne kɛse yɛbudi aesthetic ade no ne fɛ ɛna wɔn free say ye value the French for no cry no wɔn yɛ biribi a the first thing they consider say ɛnyɛ quality ɛnyɛ ne strength o ne fɛ ɛna hia wɔn ansa na waba quality no so or German for wɔn nwene German for quality first China for nso deɛ Omo de any say the best sacrifice of quality, no say the best terminal also about it to be a philosophy. You choose wherever you want. And of a you are Petron overcoming, you talk too much. And it's idea near of a Petro, Bremwe, na befe memoir kwaba, na thing. So and effective as they.
Okay.
What you make a memo so?
I drink us here. I want to say.
Okay. Maybe I don't share you. Come a woo. Hey, when you stroke, come second one about so I don't share me. Why? Because the mindset you know you come on. Say a branch in the money contemo who is going to take over a juma or you. Into that bomb who bang. A baby I make condemn inside the engine. Over my sorry cream. Where ne make a yummy routine. May call me zone via a wires a farmlands. No matter your walk. The friend a grounding, Marco ye grounding kakra. Into me no becas if you want grounding. Mede menai yini pamoanshem na medin nam form sa
Iti akwa ba na ho ma me no.
You will say so also who to say keko. Afeli ade hobu. Mapame. Yo. Oswe, why?
Mama ben kasa na kasa so ente.
Abazari. Baby child pay na. Abakwa me say we say. This is all anyway who are registered na here. Any just who be. That's the way you know all the edikemu. Na abakwa me what be share no na me tie no other channel biso. Na osi o na dey we abo whether na France no kama. Na me papa ka se mbi kire me na me ne mo beche o si se wira mi di tia obomofo a wakanfo momone papa me o ti aze
Yes.
o si se wira mi di tia obomofo a wakanfo momone so ko wira mi obomofo de kada bia na amono no ne da bia na aja na amono na yire de yankwan no ko no wanya bi so ba na the yire di ko bibia ye nkwan na de nkwan ye kama pa wo boa ye wiro ma di atia ti yes awia no papa wa Africa ti wo ya che wan ya obeba no ne ato agya eti na a reflective Thursday na ndaso ya babio Ghana ti betin say na Papa Smile ne eja henu nso omo so bi aba ba dwedwe Ghana ho enema bi ekoso o man ni mu a ya sheda enwie peye da bia etiasem kufro and I pray me sorry I be the news and rani edin komo say one city on every liter of petroleum idea ba awo Ghana no iniminifo bi kire say ebetumi aboa my car the electricity na so ate enjuma ko bi so aso mo ani nje ho e titire GPRT mo no di se na anu ya na eja sami jamfia da woroma sidi no enya ataban a wotuo manu nti ama petrol na kokko GPRT fo no aban esinkonwa no by their own evolution, almost ate ashanti so 15%. If they are more sorry, as answer the Tabuas as answer to a petrol no so bio. I said, me no can say, my buying ultimatum up to on the 10th of this month. I buy your home here. More options in here, me. Others say almost a park of cars. And I say almost 15% in one. Almost free, you know. It's you go to trip here. Nim the problem be so I church on my dream. Power Producers Association for no. So I on my dream say. A bank of one age and when she say, Esla no did better honor. One said that end distance, she said, so my cabby by. See, the one Ghana, ya baby, or more, what I should say, Robert can be. And in the focus was a tressor. So one Ghana, ya can in a bit, and then a better fuel, no fuel, and I had the power. Various generators, no, because some more year contract, no, almost sign agreement, no, yana a buying fat fuel and car power producers, no. And the young men didn't tell Moitisana more. Come share ye, would it be Biamo? Wow, for machine, what produce you? Say no produce you, say no matter now buy PURC for so better say that be alcohol I know one. But I buy only more contracts. I buy jet no say oh me for fuel no. I don't know the reason why they choose to do that. The BBR I buy what deficit. So when you see their top fango, kakanga kama womo. They are not the woman ban which is Kasemua. Now resort into doom so because Nippon then if you any their home. When they found going about me, the big mama power. And no some kind of agreement with his own fan by and also in such and 10 million. Now, what some say? What you want one saw in the machines, you know, grab a Tianica. Oh, but one more year could do some yesterday, could do some money, is a musical. You could do some near sounds of poker. How on earth a common man over the prayer and one? Apparently, me and Uncle Mawu found woman from power machines. She can't come for some million as a bunch and so costria. Now, what do you want to say? You be saying, if I am no more partner, a yes, I share no. Marco Sukupa Suku Marcobi. The Moyana a political undertones in a manner, Omontimes and Secure Mano and Fancano Prana and Chair. A tuntumka or say fita. A fita or say tuntum. Intino or Titones are best anything in a boy, a jahiato. Oh. See, when the Kakramian and that, our power sector, energy sector, no, I'm many more better. The April agriculture on the 10th there, a better GBI to Fonka, which has abandoned no more in a year. Like at least, we are missing when we are crying, or Moyan, Yano Babaya, if you have the results, they are better than what we are seeing. See, what I know, maybe. Anubisiana Mahuse for Kim Sabatel.
When the number man for them now, Mammy, my Junica. But in Chilima or the Abano, Nina Tosumu. But the point is, one more fee say, one more lusu in their activities, say energy providers. So one more show be beer, one more show be say energy no here. And no dear Ghana government, you know, the Ghanaians will not feel it. Until your own interest is a woman bed disturbing. So doom. So the baby won't be who say yes. I dare know a Dumana or Moyeno, Sabani and Tria or Moka, and now on means our very solve one problem. No, Ghana in ya, sa a ye, I want to know that. Pray. Into economic interest. They are fighting for their economic interest. And we actually say adeɛ no deliberate, but it will reason. So now there was a say there, in fact, say it be a dear bebane say Ghanaians will start to each other. So ebema say ye be discuss nema open, ma ya take good decisions, because problem ni free aban. Why ye be by accident and by reasons unknown. Don't you see the year picking value? Now picking value na encrofort it in your maswa was made day a taxi be good full so. I obey expect to say GPRTU as a hinefono or mobile cross you answer. Now, one more dear, almost swati, one more dear so. Debut, it doesn't work that way. And tis a ban one more. Answer no better decision. One more yet interested. One more interest. Our decision no more. Call them to table. Negotiate with them. Now, yes, political power and no one can open. Naturally, where your friend in management. So, your friend in management. And if he say, Mama, so anymore, and then reflective Thursday message I did, Brennan. The advices, Omuntia say, you will a quania, ye did a tutuniama. Yes, I know, but Esan say, sure, you practice partisan democracy in Inti. Say to me, no be do almost someone. Womu fise womu kwani ni mnyansa. Yen kwani, we have the men. But mumu men no, mumu thinking no, and ye balance. Because when you now move follow one philosophy. It's time. It was a nyansa ye juma. Master, Mama, what disappointing. Or another
for that.
4 years anymore. But said you see corner there's one changes strategies there. Where begging to say Papa no or corner saying they are not asset to Ghanaians. They are Ghana no, you who be was through a brand young man, you who be until it's time say NDC for any woman mama, one change strategies. No more behavior I've governed to say the Ghana for pay because we create immaturity in governance. Okay, of a coming a semi casado, but a toy be or semi casa. Of a jum, the pacho, so bear on Micah be now also be boy because there are someone. Petron Kai and I host them. It show immaturity in governance. Of a jum. Bamaso.
Agrin Keshe. I hope everybody's fine. Yeah. I'm fine. Right. What's going on? And no, I'm kind at same thing. America. You see, we are not governing ourselves well in Ghana. In most part of Africa. I've said several times, many years ago, so most Ghanaians are genetically congenital liars. And no, you then you are buying, and no, I'm saying that the other chin round, and I do that almost pass a law on the floor of our parliament. Say, 1 liter of fuel will be on the 2 beer friend 1 cedi electricity. Well, a revenue model, yes, a buying as well, Gigiska. But say, oh, person can when I hear pa. Sika do a yeji or Ghana yan, yeji free, yentimen for all. Nina now. Said ye, well, for Kwame, who can say, I say, and yet balance. See a person balance now. When the woman a buying side the car who said, Sir, it won 1 cedi. Per a liter of fuel, yeah, and Oberbuama avoid doom so to mitigate the doom so. Therefore, I think the other saw doom so problem headache and so. Well, doom so yan really quite kakra. Any part of do saying pa me up to 7. Yang what is our consumption of electricity? Look at the ministers and members of parliament and chief executive. Womu fie, womu kitchen, womu kai fuel and kwan womu use. Ye pure cabo sume. Womu no fuel and say ya plans IPP so do no be a be the gas and the power no na do no the liquid fuel. No, ye koto free baby near the aba. Here sika. May I see so much waste in our governance. Waste, a dorsal. A dorsal power says sika ye demand people in governance. It is well and above what the country can afford. Yes, society sika near the man few people. Except few a dear bear no massa, a dear no we had money. It made me feel says I buy a PC Kabia already ye kobo ebu. It is was hardly a foot for as I be more ebu dada. Ministers no any chief executive one corn the ejraho pefi. Woman yina TV etikamu. Woman sasu or saloon car ye do one more yiri no mumba eco school kojum ye ni bisa. Doom sana on person mitigate no. Woman the use to air condition, woman demo kitchen, toilet, and yen. So, offices, maybe what some attack a woman can say, ye be ye a government office, ministries, already a banner. I say, I'm a young mimi can be. Can you name meter? I will be here. Now your postpaid, but some swan sign their bill a bremen. Yes, sending in Amakuma will be aye. Prepaid, be medical, my talk. Yet, Kiasika crana, yet me easy. What to say, Bruno? Some Renabia, most of we don't come here. Now we cap base 506. I will meet him. Begin to say, Nipa be sir. And it's almost the concept say to mitigate and now to stop do so no. You first start tax Imra. Now me pacho. The question I'm asking say, start tax. You be ama. I one more me I do ama banana. One more VAT car no. What they go to a gold station, they fill the tank. Yeah, come in. I mean, finish that time. So maybe you VAT. It costs not less than 1,000 cedis. No one did now. Woman fear, woman to electricity, woman to water, woman to BBR. And this are buying. We have to try after 68 years of the next bed near the 69. I just say balance it. You reduce balance your sika from the top. A sika yet chat to what you share a buying microphone. I don't do. It won't pay anymore. They don't touch it because suitors, some of them film suitors, we see a count near the Tomano and Pabo channel, Yanni Tomano, and the cow to me near the Petrogumu, the Melco Square, and the penny as other man was what he had. And in Fiena, so I will be beat your friend S. Gracia, near Sister's Cap, minimum and yet less than 760,000 Ghana more Ubiadi Kofi. Why? Why are we doing this? In 4 years, already prepaid there is a component to say won't be provided, a Bible provided street lights, which they don't. Yet, but BBI is on your neck. Woman on Wabemuno. Maybe my proposition is say people of Ghana must stand up. Yabre, Yapam, Kushini Bako, your friend Kufado Ban. Where's the Suba because of a boy, Emma Yawanta, one also a year Kufado and some phone area. And the letter say, Yadi Bufu, and the breed a better tano. Because says he with me, I don't see a fair. As I bind this revenue, the running administration. Yes. No more, already we are paying more already. As what did this say, one city paid them, one did free one, they should look inward within a buying home. Listen to me, people. I'm not saying say man I buy energy scan and for running about. One did free one more what top on home ministers one will pay the man more dorsal any allowances the pay them. It will reduce because there's so much waste in governance. Waste, me and one will reduce one will waste, Now balance it. That's what it means. Yeah, bread. in 3.5 years and 4 years, no be a one more wabem, one more coffee, as gracia, no more the cook, one more cow, one more timu, one more stop goya, one more GS can assign paper, a taxpayer phone it here. And it's in yes, also, you can Ghana for the door. You need reliable public transportation. And call for my eco school, you could do your attitude trot room, trot rate can be a new someone. I could not a bit child now, and I bet you was 7. What is the comfortable zone to care? One may go school, you will cast saloon care. Young just says can revenue hand every the top people. No, won't tell you in case I might buy any disco. We must stop the doom so, but doom so, I see a free people at the top. Already, any work from hand, you're bread at that. That is the mean what I'm saying. So I'm not fighting against me and this car to stop doing something. Papa. About not to running 24-hour economy. That project will be driven by electricity, and the areas will be driven by electricity. There's so money available for everybody. There's a they are too comfortable. Secure the more allowances. It's too much. I don't know if you're trying to wastage, waste, what reduces through waste, you business can be a driver, to stop the doom solo. They are too comfortable. But ministers, for these women who pay the whole, they don't touch it. Because one for car, one for car, one to minimum petrol, I suit a show, may I did tie issue, Yenny told them all. One more car with Yenny told you, then to one pay over the day. No. The people of Ghana, democracy simply means a government of for by the people. Say the panel, your casa. And then
over you. Where me busa wasem. Say doctors. One way emergency emergency service. They say films fire service for doctors. Any parliamentarians in a free. One woman here free fuel. When woman here free fuel. Musika. Abo. Yamamo services. No privileges are more. No more abuse no.
I know not the kind and rap. Many union because a says sky be 1 CD per liter. Show a year. Now you're dear friend, that is where the problem is. Woman, you free woman, what top on the hall? That is what I'm saying. Yeah, I see a
corporate transportation.
Yes, it is a free and not for a work for one. No, that is what I would not agree with anybody. As I say, to stop doom so. There's so much waste. I will top people.
Say, hey, I be you. Say no over yen.
What you can say?
Say no over yen. Say, public transportation. Yamiada Roma. Be affordable among Crawford. What's our delay via Kugu almost? Hey, one can say, what's our decasa in here? I don't know where's the day. I can't throw a whoop so bitchy. What I can't talk over you. And yet, simply the message is this: doom so na nyade papa. One family treat aso. We don't need doom so. Most time we be doom mechanic no. Na me go sika wo meter no. Enti therefore adetina metua me sika. But you prepaid as your contract and so on say about mechanic. There is so much waste in our bureaucracy. Yanyi just have one CD no and free the top for all. As grass and yen gem niemfa and stop and mitigate doom so. That is what it means. Any cars be yeah demand minister CEOs one TV na one yire no one ma e wo car ye di ko drum ye di ko school no ye reduce na yen close the gap between the rich and the poor the kakra the poor dey ye ko mo abu ye ko to dey mo abu. It is too much.
Dum so no waka say ya didi 1 cedi no per liter no e dey stop dum so. Yes, good message, but one no on free a here for no one free a woman wa buy for no. Because suit your show sure show me ya no one to obu pay bo so wo mu eda ho aye kwase ebu ya titi free wo mu why no obi fufuro me ka bi
yo em say ofatum mami mo repeat kakra bi wa ha ene say do so no petro abechire mu say it has a reason because sa energy providers no so omo anye bibi magana fo mfili say wo mo adwuma no hia Ghana fo bebu omo ani eguso nti ye dum so no a na afi ami ebu ofu enra kwesi bai ma me kika nsem bi but then enam de petro kano en menya nti ase say Ghanaians have reason to be angry and we are not angry enough because say abebi ewu a wabayi a wonim say de Ghana yes sitre musitie na won so who take decision you don't call in the friend saying members and I say border omo ye concern ni omo negotiate that was sorry no aye de open or now or bombard ba o me read the text no enchire here because sa energy you know tax no kra me nyan kan mi hunu say the language no city
yeah of kwame now no I could before I could for the time COVID-19 by we ase and then the ho wo revenue handle mo ye tua and net my shop price my shop I'm so paying just like ye bu ye kom me say mama say o person yeah to boss be na me kasa doom so person was stop ye pay doom so ye diska me say yes number 1 year free middle class for no more year free ye dey wo for man ho ye dey already ye tua COVID-19 tax ye atwa 2 years ago yan ya ma mo amo ko like wo mo ko school mo ana bu do wo tra for Uber na do wo ko school sa ministers nyina wo ma etika mu de ko school so what me say tie what did you sorry buy what see em pedum so yes obi an wo pedum so na mom there's so much waste I was through ho ministers no ho CEO for ho what did you say one say every wo mo to balance to close the gap between the rich and the poor no kakra eni so what dey so ye form na for there be and yet it's not fair. They must close the gap a little bit. That is the message. We must let in politics. What you friend U10, UK, Bahama and Rankwani passing law. We must force him to make a U10. Say, obey year free young truck drivers ordinary people. No more young yes, one season. Every a throw off for they are too comfortable. One more get too much. None of the new Bible swimming in a Sabijan. What about 10,000 American dollars? What they call Agrada? What was so much money? I did say. I want to say, Mahama was sharing more discount 1 CD to stop doing so. 1 year free one more. This is the message. You offer man, you break your comu dada. And yes, I see a stop doing so. Number 1 year free as slow for and yet you offer man. Simple. More people from the Kelly wife.
Over June. So we are called V8 or no need the Ibia on fine forestry dumo. But what you show say a successful person. That's what Koto Petra a fidie nominated says that the one a friend is a T.U. we say you. Oh no dear. So 20 petrol with taxes no yet see but public transportation. A friend is a warmer area emergency services. Now the taxes will be kugu almost wa. A paid any here or my home.
So let me say 1 year 1 season, 1 year free middle class for 1 year free.
Oh, but I may say, so I go to Vieta, and they would to our tax and no. So, but one more special, you may be a one no, and he said taxes no bill. GTLASTP phone crop for no. Yenyi sa taxes no free or more so long as they are serving as public transport. system. Yo, and then me bo fu no kre because me boom fu ya na me bi agro. Na kanye dundum no ye hu course no. Nti ye hu course no dia aban wo negotiate you negotiate with stakeholders. You be a Canadian. Now mahwehwe compromise. Amodia. NDC issues incompetence. Clear incompetence. Anti Ganza. Say Bombardier or Honmo, me reflu. Bombardier me pacho, bio Mike no, na take you over. Na testing also bombardins on Saka, be ready, ne law no text no me nti mu brofo no. Ibi INTS because me still ya minyanya. Bombardier o bia me ma bamaso.
I just say upon to say
Apomunye me ya de naba. Edam naba.
you say unim source na unim there's so yenti ye ben ka just say yes na kakankra
Me co work a bit balance me come
and it's only therapeutic a solution for so many things one antia wo hu nyina na wo ben energy na sichire bia wo mojam bia be ko widim na bibia so ayko kama yenko enim na
mama de say wo ye mama sympathizer
me friend ho citizen and spectator me hu na maka
the big question me busa won unya no question me busa won me pass na ya no mama
next year Ganza any owa hini ejatum na yi ene ye World Environment Day ewiase nyina environment no ye hu say without the environment no onipa na ka ye hangewo nto nyakopon nyansem no obo environment no ansa no de onipa eba to onipa ba na environment no ho dada trees emwa aketia ne emu okoko ni nyina ni nsuo wachichemu ebinye clouds ebinso nye rivers lagoons estuary ni nyina nyakopon nyansem o ye ni nyina se papa ne mami a ombeso mo wo a omo bekicho se omo diapers baby coat bibia safety pin nyasem afa na okwo na ansa na akwa no adwunso a ne ye kwose yakosu kejeti na kope satam na akwa na infection me kan say Mustafa Hamid MPP ni na oti radio so na camera for na wo sun ade wo sun and say oh mama you know mo ye dem pa wo su kokoda tears na mbra MPP ba no ye de free SHs ba no ye ka say oh infrastructure ne be hia pa omuka say oh infrastructure we don't need infrastructure na papa ka say okache Ghana fo nyina say ye ma free SH ni mra say infrastructure infrastructure ni ho a ye mfa ne say Ghana fo emema omo ne omo yire no da omodika ewo ansa na omakwahwe safety pin ni ade no nti na say we should put the cart before the horse nti environment ne yedi ni da na ehwemu a ade ba kwa ha environment ma plastic me say obia was asusu bia krakra ni defend plastic e wo bibie mu na nipa daroma afibia timi produce be 400 million tons of plastic mo half ne de ya design say be use just one time to use one time I won't use twice won't use 3 times na say no ano ne plastic mo polythene bag e bi je omo na egu mu e bi di take away styrofoam no plastics nyina na say nyina kogu apono mu na say hu say in the next 25 years no the next time you have to be 20 calendar na year be 2050 no there'll be more plastic in the oceans than fish until we can say fisherman na so to kudom so koto net obeyi net plastic as in say obenya fish in come because microplastics no ni nyina fish for ni didi munya obia wo eponemu you so ocean is they produce much of our oxygen so ocean wu na say nyina so nipa and yeah this you call Ethiopia near question said you must live without enough oxygen and that's one more mote can say Nepal ne Himalayas one India ne China one iti Ghana so ya bɔ mmɔden yɛn so Ghana no afi bia yɛ generate 840,000 tons of plastic, just 9.5% per na yɛ recycling ne nyinaa no abɔlɔ wei yɛde kɔ Atlantic Ocean mu nti ɛnyɛ wɔn sɛ wobɛkɔ kyɛ mu kɔle lagoon ne saa no mo nyinaa no plastic nko a ɛnɛ fried rice wokɔtɔ fried rice a ne de gu plastic in take away no ne nyinaa no yɛhu sɛ ade bi a ɛhye bi a de gu plastic mu biara no plastic no chemicals na ɛwɔ mu nyinaa ɛkɔ aduane mu ɛno nti na wonyɛ hwee ne nipa bebree nya cancer no so that's it enti yɛwɔ plastic a ebi wa yɛ safe ti wokɔtɔ plastic a wode hwɛ ɛyɛ nase no wobɛhu numbers bi wɔ hɔ no numbers wo nsa numbers na kɔ Google na kɔhwɛ numbers no emu de na safe no but generally no yɛmfa ade yɛhye engu plastic mu ba yɛn so edwane nyinaa kokokora na yɛde gu plastic bag mu so that's it plastic bag bi tina ayɛ hyehyehye chemicals nyinaa na ebubu gu mu no so that's it nti nkɔfo bebree enya carcinogenic particles wɔ mu wɔn nyanya cancer no ba cancer causing agent na wɔ mu so man hwɛ yɛ adaakye cancer na yɛde ɛbɛba enti na deɛ wɔ hɔ no ɛnɛ baama odi World Environmental Day no ɛwɔ Kwabenya ɛhɔ na ɔsese deɛ yɛbɛbaane saa take away bowls no saa deɛ na yɛ white no a yɛde jollof ne ɛyɛ waakye ne saa deɛ nyinaa yɛbaane ne nyinaa yɛbaane wohwɛ Africa out of 55 countries no emu 34 abaane plastic na yɛsɛ aka 21 pɛ Ghana nka ho wohwɛ yi na map na mdeto wana Ghana nka ho nti mɛsɛ sɛ ababiu wabai say urban sa plastic you know good because you import $600 million worth of plastic. The woman say plastic we need it for other things. It be the prosthetics leg in this animal, it may be ginger me in community animal, but plastic bag especially a hard green plastic bag and no the entire hard green say it take about 1,000 years and send decompose it into to form plastic bag and kuma mu use ye obe use sa plastic bag that share form san so na affected the fertility of the soil say the oba person oba fertile to me wo no soil no so to me wo obe wo aduane ye mu koko ne menkani ni sa de nti say plastic ko share yin ma na affect wudi nso gu so a ade no ntimi nane ntimi nya manio ntimi nya hwe na etemu na sonsono kwa mo boama soil fertility no ensan say plastic koto assassin no omutimi mba soro kra meje mframa no mhefo no mo into plastic bags na hard green bebre e wo wiase nti meni age se mama big what take first step a so oba ne sa plastic de ye no yenko back to ahaban no ye fe no catenfi leaves so ni ma ahaban na yisu no ni din no catenfi leaves no no me wo mu can say normal bebre would aduane guma leaves etimi wuzi some chemicals are good for the body tan ne other saponi ni nyina eboa diabetes eboa akomayade ne saa na hu ni saa but because of galamsey ene ko saa kwaye ma ahaban ne wo ho ene nti na ka galamsey ho asem na the effect on the total human race wo Ghana ene dro bebre wa wunya because galamsey fo twetwa aduane nyina so that's here inti yewo edro bi yewo active ingredient yewo ade ba ko bi yewo mu a yehia ansa na edro na tiapo yenkote edro ma ne nya na ahan wokọ ahan so okwa yem na galamsey fon so de etwegu inti ene ye de woye nipa na so protect environment wudi no huni wudi opa kra wo be fie kra fa edwuma ba kwa bonten na she gloves ne de plastic na wankasa no what say be if you kwan mo ne adade no kwanye sa ne nyina na sa be ko gata mu enso to a ewo Ashanti region e ba be ye flade wa Accra na wo so wa affect mu kro bit my community na mo nyina ma ye imiti na mo di o mu se plastic there enti be no be wa ye gradual process a bit man so ye one time say bia esan say ye hia plastic no e bia samre no a bit my import substitution ye hwe say ye ban be a plastic bags me ye hwe say bia ye call brown bags ne sa no ma no eno no na no ubetimi aye sa environmental tax no say no be bu oba ye kuma connect together na ye den gradual process after the na ye a plaza and a stores no na plastic ye ne kakra nka ne yi kakra after them kutozi say after the ye the tax sisi na ukobi afia na obi a brown bags me call say all this and what about me kuta me brown bag na dem no machine me kama Wopɛ plastic bag ne kura na yɛ de premium ato so nti wo kura wo nkɔtɔ plastic bag kura sɛ yɛ bɛda wo ka wonyɛ bi kura wɔ shop hɔ no nti yɛnyɛ no gradual process sɛ yɛbɛtumi de brown bags no deɛ ɛyɛ paper nti paper deɛ sɛ ne maame ne edua mu na ɛnyɛ paper free nti wɔkɔ ne di mu akɔ sɛ ɔde amokua yɛ abɛn kwan no nti paper no wode kɔtɔ abɔnten kura ne kura yɛ manure ɛbɛyɛ de biodegrade na akɔ asase no na asase so nyɛ aduane yɛ di nti kakra ebia yɛntumi nyi no one time but na no kyerɛ sɛ ma me nyɛ hwee mfiri ho no nti $6 million no ebia na single use plastic bags no ɛne na ha adwene na yɛyie firi mu kosi sɛ yɛbɛtumi I introduce brown bags na yɛ education wɔ nom deɛ nti a yɛyi so brown bags no kwa wobɛtumi ɛyɛ reusable wohwɛ so yɛ nsuo ngu so a ɛden wobɛtumi use so many times na yakɔ nim ɛnɛ nso maama ɛyɛ galamsey pirate no ogu so a ɛnɛ yakɔkye nipa 24 ɛwɔ bui subin so ɛnum no wadaroma wonum anu sɛ common denominator no yɛkye nkɔfo na sɛ yɛnnuanom a ɔmo wɔ Asia ne nka ho a na sɛ no kora ɔmo na yɛsisi ɔmo na the first citizens of Ghana ɛnyɛ agyatwum saa nkɔfo no yɛ from China foɔ 24 yɛkye ɔmo no 14 ɛyɛ Chinese 10 ɛna ɛyɛ Ghanaians yɛkɔ akɔkye ɔmo ɛwɔ bui subin so wɔn so na bui dam no wɔ no ɔmo tu galamsey dendenden ɛnum no sɛ de bia daa no yɛkye ɔmo a yɛnya no yɛhu sɛ ɔmo kuta pump action guns o ɛnyɛ pistol na waka sɛ waba pɔnhwe a daabi ɛnyɛ pistol ɛnyɛ James Bond yɛ no bi wɔyɛ pump action a ɛyɛ machine gun ɔfa yɛ baako a wɔyɛ mu nyinaa bɛtete ɛno nti na meka gyɛ sɛ shoot to kill a nkɔfo nte aseɛ onipa na ɔkɔkye no ɔyɛ armed wontumi fa obi a ɔyɛ unarmed nkɔkye obi a ɔyɛ armed sɛ police ni nkita hwee na obi kutatuo wosim na ɛnɛm da Ghana ɔbɛbɔ otu akum nti sɛ yɛsɛ yɛhu nyansa ne yɛyɛ msi shoot to kill no so mmara da ho ma kyerɛkyerɛ mu ɛkwan a ɔso sɛ yɛyɛ no sɛ yɛbɛ notify obi a na sɛ deɛ North Korea no South Korea kɔ ɔmo de leaflet no na radio station frequency yɛagye no nyinaa aban bɛbɔ ho dewura nti yɛkɔ a ne yɛkɔ kwasɛsɛm ti na America obi ɛwɔ tuo no yɛanyɛ tuo sinka obɛbɔ wo anyɛ sɛ na obi intruder bɛbɔ ofie bɛbɔ tuo kum nti na fie bi ɛwɔ tuo no so wo ba na nkutatu a so no the power of the tuo no nti na wo kutatu no nti sɛ me wo bi a sɛ atekateka one man so one zero enkofo kuta pump action no na wo ka sɛ forester na sɛ forest service guard na ɔno yɛtwa ne ka tuo no cities no wonja ne yene ne ma wo sɛ wo kɔ fight enye yie sɛ yɛpɛsɛ yɛtu ase a we mu Chinese fo a mo free wo mbeku Ghana fo etu sɛ wo spray mu a when pay wo what is na sɛ kwaku men sɛ yɛbɔ ne to aku na de tie galamsey a kɛdwa ɔnkɔ biem onipa ɛsɛ wɔyɛ gangali a owuo deɛ oboa obi esuro wu enti no yɛnyɛ ne saa anyɛ saa na sɛ woka sɛ wɔyɛ ɛnyɛ yie kɔsɛ nkɔfo no do kɔ no ɔmo yɛ militants already ɔmo sɛ yɛ normal ɛna ɔmo sɛ ɔmo num de adobɔne ɔmo yɛ nti na ɔmo akɔfa the most powerful weapon in the world you see the bullet is faster than the arrow the bullet no wo befa arrow agyan na bullet no koda daada etu wo mu nim de ntia wo de pump action ne kɔ hɔ no eti ya kyekye wo mo we ye de nko police station a ɛyɛ de ya wo makotwa bribe no na ye gya mo ye be deportable ɛno nye solution sɛ ka ye mmra na to ne se obi a nkokwa ye mko ye yi a no ɛnya de wo mu wesi ye news ne kra sɛ yakwakyeche wo mo kodidi aduane one city ne ye nyinaa ye spray mo firi wonom wo spray mo firi mo a ɛyɛ consistent enti na America ne abochema ne ye yi no ɛyɛ consistent yes ye nto ball ngo a obi enkoto ball ngo nto wo fɛre sɛ wo beto ball ngo enti sɛ ye spray mo a wenye boni o ɛna na meka world environment nyakopo na bɔ na environment no wo bɔ na environment o che Israel fo no ha na sɛ be mu nko toilet aha na obabu ni sa ye enya dia obi abetu nnan ade sɛ wobu ni sɛ wie waye clean bɛɛba nso so a emission nyinaa sima emission nyinaa na ɔde mmara ne mɔm etu hwɛ ɔman bia environmentalists bia ɔmunye free mmara nyakopɔ de mu a Israelfoɔ no Leviticus ekosi Deuteronomy ewom nti nyakopɔ no ɔyɛ environmentalist to sɛ na ade ade a obekum oku Israelfoɔ no nyinaa wɔ environmental ɛnti enya ade a yɛ nwanwa sɛ obi ɛsɛ ade a ekum kɔfoɔ ɛma na enye deformities ɛnkɔfoɔ nye cancer kidney diseases dialysis machines so yini bie ecocide. It is said we are murderer. What do we do to murderer? Our parents say, "What we are murderer? Yampa ahoma so onko enku no obi so na wo ye bi obi okuta pon machine no your friend to the country we killer media the only idea media say I'm not in that position to affect me policy can maybe you know but say no mo they are fine me that's the only my request me near them say me position to authorize a year me shoot to kill. Nobody can change my mind. That is the me environmentalists me say ye chi omo de bi eja omo de bi eja omo anya na musu hu ye eja omo ye be deport o wo ku na wi a na wo di ko de krom o ko wo deport na obeka check of us Ghana eno na Ashanwan the queen of Galamsey ye deport na nya na osaba Ghana no deportation dey send adom no what plan move yi wo boni toku Ashanwan ye boni toku na osaba be one ye boni toku wasaba wo maybe unye Yesu no resurrection for you. No resource for you. If you ain't doing home and your bonnet, memo conscience into voice your bonnet, because the nipa kono or your killer, obekun, and to so mko a ye says a you high caliber police for no medical, a quachi woman. So, boo a you ono. Eti Bono a Yadonko Bono regional headquarters ye transfer more about Greater Crown. We na because we omukui we hwe na China for embassy for no maba no machuche scan ye say China for no omsa kwa no masaba a waste of precious time papa and I say wo kwa me fancy anom nchile dia kan zo no ye de beto aso na bibia so aye de me da ase
Bombardier twadwen braso say e ba say ye shoot to kill ya o propose here. Say Ghana ebeye you battleground chess will be obetotu to say the Texas if we na the all quacoto no all quaco ye Galamsey no wako high in Crawford say nipe this kind a form where you security service and to wako high beer. Now almost only ye prosifo na say ye servicemen no e dia besi animu na so omo ekunkum ye nkrofo a egina hene na bibi ni we che se omo ko ye ni aye nkrofo kra omo so omo eco protect yin so omo ko na so omo ko hunu ni ema no bia omo de be mabanya na se omo de be shi omoto na asemi na wo kan first hona wo first subject environment ni de say we woni to as over kwame edwa pade kese na bomba de mami se musa o site Leviticus neyi ni friend saying environmental laws to be our demand Israel for. Na mo say sa emranu nyina enye ndwuma biem na ye wo New Testament. Inti yenye den yensan ko read Leviticus ni emfanye dwuma na say yanko New Testament philosophy emranu atwam. Woko odwaniko wenya mekai wi pe no adoji no ko yo ene se amfana sumu a ye besa aboni repeat enti edru so dia anti ganza unity no kana me dwene ho na me we free sisi ni unity na ewu ntu woko woko ye lusu no debut bombardier then na bombardier masi obeka say nane but Ghana for no omo bre Ghana nia omo depending on no that's too much yo na me ka say Ghana nko a ofatum say we mere ma aden ko na yen efiri se kwesi broni yi ni se free yeso aden ko na yen ya ba ya yen nyina inse so mo ba be sum ye no wo ma be ye lord egu yeso e ma ka fo nya ho to da if you can go ye free bibi budget Kwame Nkrumah ka so ye budget pay language pe akopa ne etie nkrofo titi radio ho ne aye community ye say free bibi tighten your belt e magana for ye twi ye belt ne saa ma fe de na ye nya ba bi kra na ye tutokro no bi ene ya tighten no mo magana for ho kire wo mo e country like Togo
Anuntina me kase
what do oni ma fa Togo a na wo kopo ho asem the same niema no fa Ghana ye Kwame Nkrumah da Roma wabesi port amaye di wo betua no wo Ghana no wo de kofa Togo a enka enu emu eyikura 1% de kura aden enti ye fomo aban se ye ma ho nkyire ye ne ana he dachi eniema betumi asiso revolution papa bi e be ye se Burkina de no e betumi aba enti wo mo to revolution so ba obi enu a obetumi decide the course it will take wanya na yakọ yedi nipekum kura bem emua obi a Ghana ye hwie ye hu yi o because mama ye need also
it was referred to me. I mean who was referred to me and I'm say eye kwase buo and aban na aban o di bu yen yes except one more what aban they are too comfortable. One nuru 100,000 grow out of a population of 35 million. Adentina, who's who person stop do so there, who started tax abegu a here for so, who could talk truck and taxi driver here for car. When all the government officials are riding in V8 cars and you got free or free. Yen yourself tiaka, Walmart tag ye suit to show yen ye tiaka, a guy woman to woman to yakania, woman to your water, Walmart to saw air condition. Just a why? Go and take the money to stop the doom from the people at the top. This is what I'm saying, and this will be the conversation. This will be a kind of saying na di pakro e bia na dwene wo for won ti asem na se enti ye kwa mu mi abi mi kwa mu bu asese mama says kanu wo di free wo no ankofo a wo top one as gracia no twem no fa entuatua skania nya dum so nya kania yesu nya comfort kakra bi full stop. This is what you and America is will be a kasasa. That's the conversation. With the flow be from bro.
yo over you the CPP irefi omo na dey corruption ba wi ase nke Ghana you kwesi broni oko DC broni honomo a untua kapre so ebedi yensem wan fa yi amponchi anko a obesa da wani aba wan fa akụkọ anko wan fa nkosu anko a obesa da wani aba ka corruption ke ni ma le ko yo ene ni e kasa kono ye be frɛ wura abe wo ba no paso minim say to le bia ya na wo ko offside but atim didie yes wada control ano why abe what men ka bio mic no na me ma bra Bamason.
Yeah, what I think Mr. Chun, we are inside. I've been very busy today. What is your problem?
My problem. And then we me bufu fukra and ka unhu me problem. Saura Bombardier, oye.
Exactly. Wafakwame, you stop there. You were right in going there. I don't know what. Bombardier came and he was talking as if Israel or the people there are the only people God created. Do you understand? Oh, that is why. Come on, Bombardier. You should go beyond this question. That is why God expected Israel people. Who told you that all of these things? He should come and answer you that the Leviticus thing. God said this. Come on, Bombardier, come on. The people you are supporting, you see the way they are killing their fellow human beings? See how they are killing fellow human beings?
Benjamin Netanyahu.
Hey, come on.
Friend is saying, Abi, see, problem I facing Ghana no. Israel for Ghana because
so people should stop disturbing us with this Israel, that. Come on. We should go beyond this new.
Me inviting Bombardier say,
you cry saying this thing. When you go Israel right now, you think they'll recognize you as even as a human being?
You put pepper where in his eyes.
Anyway. Yeah, well, for Kwame, so what are you discussing today? What's the topic? Me, I came in late.
The subject on board when they say, your friend is a ye page. And now Petron Becker say, to do so cost Mahama or say the try see the now pick a value. Will reduce fuel price. Now fuel price no. Ama P4 so decided this is almost very reduce face transportation face no. And Manco P elsewhere decided say to bring their prices down. Said the Bayer Ghana a Bayer affordable. Energy providers and they say, as a matter of fact, abano de womoka. Enti I was say, sa taxes no a odi abano. Yedi bi etria womoka. Enti the government is not taking national. Almost they are losing. Enti which means say remu. One means one debate one music. Inti do so no. Just to alert Ghanaians say they are demanding something, but they can't put it in language Ghana for better say. Inti any pre no. So it is a deliberate action. Nakawu as a mama president. Now, when the stakeholders and no eco negotiate, invite them to table before you make any decision. No be a funny name, oh sorry, what you say, a GPRT TTP for so one moment tax no be. Incompetence.
Yeah, of course, it's due to incompetence. The problem is coming from the people who are supposed to generate money to support the provision of these energy services. Because all what they do is they generate the energy or whatever and give it to ECG to manage. So all the leakages are coming from ECG. We all know. And yesterday, Kwabena was joking with that, connection at Bukom and all this and all that. Kwabena, it is not the people who are doing the multiple connections, or it is not the people, even the ECG workers who are not paying for electricity. They've connected, done connection. To them, they are not doing anything wrong. It is those managing these companies who are supposed to make sure that this thing don't happen. And the government of the day is not trying to address this problem. But because they think they can easily tax the citizens to raise more funds, they don't care about stopping these loopholes. So they are fetching water with basket.
Waste.
And they say, oh,
Waste.
come on, if it goes, we still have another tap we can open and the money will flow. That is what they are doing. The money is leaking somewhere. You've put people in charge and they are not blocking these leakages. Then you impose the whole thing on innocent citizens. I thought the reset was coming to address all these things. You are resetting something. And you are not addressing the root cause of the problem. Today, I've been very busy simply because I was dealing with an issue about similar to this. So I'm not going to mention names, but one of the councils in London, they took a lot of loans. So they filed for bankruptcy. And here, if you file a public sector organization like that, if you file for bankruptcy, the government needs to bail you out. So the government has come out with so many measures to take them out of the mess they've created themselves. Okay. So some of the measures are this. One, the council has to sell some of its properties. You understand? The council has to sell some of its properties, land, other assets they have, to reduce their debt. Two, there is something we call minimum revenue provision. It's like when you take a loan, you have to provide a means. In the Ghanaian parlance, they call it amortization. It's in an inappropriate terminology, but that is what they call it. So you have to set money aside to repay the loan. This institution didn't do that. So the government has given them a lot of measures to reduce the loan they have, the debt they found themselves in. It's government organization. They are not saying it's just government organization, so we are pumping another money. No, you have to take action. And another solution they suggested is, okay, you can, some of the, your income, some of your income, you can, there's a way we do it. You can take some of the income and make it as capital. But then when you make it as capital, you have to provide for what we call MRP, minimum revenue. I mean, a whole lot of, I don't want to go into the technicalities. But this is how Oyibo solves their problem. So, do you understand? They find a solution to address the root cause of the problem. They are not saying they are imposing tax on everybody to pay. So that is what I've been saying. Look, so long as we keep appointing every Tom, Dick, and Harry to be honorable, to be DCE, to be sometimes I don't even, I don't know. I don't even know. When you are explaining these things somewhere, it's like my friend. No, we are joking. The long and short of it is this: we are joking. We are joking. So this council has to sell its properties, land they have, certain buildings they have. They are selling it. And they are not selling it Dongomio. They have to make sure they go through due process. And they are not selling it to Akufo-Addo and his friends. Or they are not selling it to friends. If it is in Ghana, hey, Lotto, they will even sell the land so that they will not even get market value for the land or for the house. But here you can't do that. They have listed a lot of properties they are selling. And those lists of properties they are selling, they are not doing Dongomio, or they are not going to State Transport Corporation and give it to Nana Kumia, and he will look at your face, something they are supposed to sell millions, he said, we'll bring 2,000 and take. No. All these properties must be subject to what we call options appraisal. Do we really need to sell some of these things? How much? I mean, Kwame, I don't know. The only thing is I can just summarize all of these things and I say we are joking. We are not managing ourselves well. Unfortunately, anytime we hear the word management, people just take it on a lighter note. You know, this guy, oh, that is all he's coming to say. But ECG, look at the recent CEO they appointed. The guy was just HR person. What change has he brought about? I've never seen any energy company on this earth, energy company, which is making losses. I haven't seen one. I have not seen one. As big as UK, well, it's of course in comparison to America or other country, but the whole of UK, okay. British Gas. Any British gas engineer, here the British gas engineers, it could be gas engineer or plumber or electrician or something. All of them, they've trained them and they've given them cars. And the vans they have, for each one, not they don't go in battalions, 2 or 3, no, each person. The cars they have, the vans they have are fully equipped. Everything you need to do the work is fully equipped. The nicest bit is this. Every day when they go to work, I work there for some time as a strategic analyst. And their condition is, whether you are engineer or not, if you start work with them, you have to go to the field with the engineers for 1 week and know what they go and do there. You are not me, I'm not engineer, but just to see what they are doing. And anytime they move the car, anytime they move the car, and they enter a house. One, they know when you enter the house, how long you stay in that house. So if they because when you call them for work, oh, maybe my gas boiler is not working or one of my gadgets is broken down, they take all the details. So what you tell them, we will let them know that, okay, this particular job, the person needs about 45 minutes to do it, or the person needs about 1 hour to do it. So when they send the engineer, they know that the engineer is going to this house for this job for 1 hour. If the person spends more than 1 hour there, they are monitoring. They will call all of them over across the whole of UK. That's what they do. They monitor them. If you spend more than the allocated time, they will find out. They will send you a message. What's happening? Why are you staying long? You know, you have to explain. And sometimes the engineers will tell them, the nature of the work, when we came to see, maybe it requires more time, or they tell them the problems they have. You have to explain. But we have a situation. Some of the people in Ghana, they don't even know who is at where. Oh, boss, Miko Harbor is going to do his own thing at the expense of the company. Burning petrol, exposing the car to danger, just abusing everything.
Abi, Mami Musa question back because the work just to improve efficiency and not the Ghana for general. Bibo, Abi.
Oh, but you say,
na yeah, manage you fly any day now. Yeah. Check your efficiency. Now, I mean, Mami Busao. Me Busao. Sir, energy providers now. Omo ye so dum so no. Omo ni and now dear no more generate omo electricity no. Me minimum Bakuya ECG womu use Akosombo River Volta River Akosombo Dam.
Let me come here. Akosombo Volta VRA. They generate the power. You understand? They generate the power and give it to there are intermediaries. Yeah. They in fact, my cousin works there, and there was a time, I think, under MPP or so, they wanted to merge the two. Because when I call them, all my friends working in these places, when I call them, I give it to them. That you people, Ghana will mess up or not mess up, it's up to you. And they are all across the board. I have a friend who works at PURC. I call them and give them that your stupidity, your inefficiency is what we are where we are. So I called my cousin and he said the government at some point wanted to merge VRO and Bui. But I think Bui produces gas or something. So he said Bui
Dam is on the Volta River.
Yeah, one of them produces gas, and when the government wanted to merge,
that you are talking about
Atuabo gas. But the government at some point wanted to merge all of them into one company, one body, and they were vehemently against that. Do you understand? And I think our system is such that we can't merge all of them because we need to bring competition. So a place like ECG, I think we should even break them into 4. ECG Northern sector, ECG Western sector, ECG Southern sector, and ECG maybe Eastern center or central. So that they will create competition among themselves. If the Northern subsidiary or if the Northern company is doing well, they can come and acquire the one in the south or the one in the middle. So
Abi, you are putting in confusion. And they say Ghana is generating electricity from the river Volta. Then from other sources. One of them is that gas, Atuabo
gas.
Atuabo gas. Atuabo gas is importing gas from elsewhere to generate electricity. I don't know whether we have other energy sources, such as solar, which is supplying energy.
They have, but the solar solar element is not, something we have to invest in that. Yeah, we have to invest in that, but I think the priority is not on that.
Okay.
Which they have to look into, because when I speak to my cousins, they say they have solar, they have these farms, but it's not. They are not on the level they think will make them very competitive. You understand? But that is where we fall short. The government of the day could sit down with these people and look at the viability of some of these things and take loans. We are not saying that to take the loans and give it to them freely. Take the loans and give it to them to pay. Like the example I cited, most of the councils here, the government have allowed them to take loans to function. But you have to take the loan.
Abi, one strategy is if they are going to rely on this, energy resources, they can put up a roadmap. We say we are going to also generate electricity using mirrors and that sort of things.
But all of these things, the bottom line is money.
We generate from solar panels. We can also generate with mirrors.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't. All what they need money to do this. They need money to do this.
One more project number 2. Nothing. One more, estimating the cost on one. Me and flow to shares because I invest in energy. I invest in energy.
But we are talking about it. Look, this part of the world, almost all the companies, almost all of them, they function on loans. Recently, my water supplier, Thames Water, they increase. In fact, they increase the government allowed them to increase the water thing, the water bill by some high percentage. Then later, they failed to meet the government's regulatory requirement on wastage. The sewage and everything, they didn't handle it well. The government fined them 123 million. Meanwhile, the company itself has a debt portfolio of over 19 billion pounds sterling. 19 billion, not million, billion pounds sterling. Because the government wants them to do the right thing and repay the loans. Look, Opa Kwame, in this part of the world, no company, all these nice things you see here, they all operate on loans. But they get the loans because the government, the banks know that they can service the loans. You service the loan by making sure. So I don't know why the list.
I will call you back. But for the time being, you see why
Mr. Chuma has been fighting with you.
I know very well. But a friend is saying, take your breath because problems where propositions in is on UK, it's not on Ghana. And maybe for mic no, but me who's what ben mic no. Now mute now and save unit no be na beke be chire wo ba da and abebio say the abebio no ye who say abebio no adwuma ye ni da no so no ono kra na efeli more onim how to negotiate also ye no ye lo bia ope na fe the confusion be man no aden sani ebumai of 4 years experience in governance in Buno, say now or they pay Ghana for 4 years, he said no be handle Ghana.
And Kasai. Yes.
The one me and the mic, me can so baby, he can opia me manakwaba. I said dear Mr. Parker, so on why ready so bekasa or mute to honomo. Why are waiting for a friend is or why here wapa dear akwaba. And a friend reflective Thursday. Yet they are being catching a yet. Now, a friend is saying, me ma ba ma so no e wo so hu se ene bi koso we ma no yes Jesus Christ
Obi bondroom with the background. Somebody's playing music.
Obi ha me won in the telephone call. O wa he kasa na me num me telephone.
Overcoming in one way or hanging a show bia na Nadia Uwesi dear Abetu Janona Mati won't be brave say Ghana ha you we for ekasa da media o mani ye yo na memepe nti o say yebenya ababia obedi mfio nwotwe a yenyina enim taxes for the to Ghana for so bebrebe abeg the taxes ebe to mine so a bebrebe ya chese na yenyina ehu say the tua no nanka ehu ni faso abeg ya oba yi taxes odi obebu hu kuntan kire Ghana ni bia the cash wallet so a na yi free so ne sadi ni nyina wa yi bebu kuntan kire obia say sika ye bacho obi bi yedide eyi so na ya tra won musa ama kania kra na yenyina wo soro na okoto wa ankasa wo electricity na wo use wo fie no okọ na okoto wa ankasa kania na rabo fie ni nyina so aba yeka ni nyina aba yeka taxa aba dada o muko yi mubayi mudu wetu wasi yejiwe nyina no yejiwe ni nyina no wontima amfasika na nyi bibia mo man no eti me de wo mu sifo bu ayamamu no medwu ho amenti asese se me ya masoro na makoto me kan ya ba me fie na it's me off this idea and the hardly and no man no so no yes I won kofu bebre wo man mu a omo entua akwa illegals bebre do so crowded e wo ma we see a chise e wo see here kofu mutma guru no mutimi a disconnect sa ade Ghana no what disconnect crowd e be chombo kono ni aside yes I reconnect na the tiene say ayan yasimi yenka sane wose yeka no enti sika berebe na omuji fie wallet is berebe no omu diska ne yedin sika na omu yedin e ma oma ade no de mementiasi na ECG no so e ka berebe a ebegu ho no efa na ebedo so berebe sa ana chese si yeka amanfo so mi yenka sa ba no omukoi no omu di Ghana fo abro dodo abro no so sene se ka ye be kasa asem no eso dodo ye kasa sia na wo mu no abide da no wo no mo titi radio so wo mu bo epo gidi se wo mu kasa traba mu 8 years eti mi de kaka ba to ebe to wo no mu sei mu fi aban mu no mufra ma boka ba amaka no yeji ho enji mo de sa kata so sa no de fra ban no mu wo mu aban mu no wo mu de pap ade ba be she opanyin oba be transi si ase opanyin ni ba yi na dum so no aba na no refi se wo mu aban mu no na amofo kan ho asem se enkania ni nyina so amanfo kan ye sen kanya no enyina so amanfo ka cho mo se omfa timetable kra mra ne ye hu se dia ade no se ye du so na wo ho no mo omfa timetable mra abai timi ka che Ghana fo se omodo ni timetable bi amagana bia esa ade no na se na eka I a dahon one massage cano. Our man cano crunch on mine. Any day to be able to see. And I'm saying, about that, answer walk on what the two gonna for name say. Baby, as I can answer the dear could do no yebi. Said ya, and as all yet said yes, I do you whom be. Mupa ye, Mubasha see. Ye never who said Canyano, a bejit now swab, bejit swab, bejit swama. Muji, what is a almost some nani say, one of my ye. Echo ye ni mo me echo ye ni me hu sa fidi ade nkan na dum eba mu free so ya manam se mu first kedi sikabies municipality company ni ntino mu free so na mu sika nyina ne kana ba beda ho no aya na anse bo on mas ye ka aya na ye hu ba bi en kan go se Ghana no we open no tisu a me kai ba bi se me camera bi se I think say UTV na one TV station and the konkofo obre e kasa wasadi woni say me my din kakra ne say me ti ewo one of the TV stations no and kofu bi ko empoano ho no baabi na ye chichi amanfo no mo ko jana egu mpoano ho no no TV stations bi ko ho no e ko interview won mo ye sade ahoma che ne ewia ne sade ne say de omo ye nenye intino ade intino ewia gidegide ahoma che e ma do no mo sa empoano ne kasa one city ne boarding do so on be public toilet ne esisi amom ti omo ntimi nko because say won mo ma efie no omo ma nan ya krabe nan ya na so bia be public toilet ne 111 cities ne do so do jinka from 20 pesos one city na ye tua bia ko public toilet ne esi amaye no yes ne boarding enti ne be prefer say ye be je nan e wo mpona no no aya na edwunu ho a me hu si ye ko si ye bo si ye ko wiemo si sensen wo me hu ba bi egina na se e kase ya menim en hihye ene nkomo a aban no wonu madie e de bedu bebi abegina sisi a ekoya nyem se obi ewi oman no emeye de ka ababe ade describe abashi yakon se anka yebehwa aban de sanko ba yi anko wo ye bi bon ho modern in terms of fuel pricing this area fuel deductions maybe a fuel ejina say hu se eso teba ye hu se foreign exchange ye hu se teba so na me chene ye hu so ye bibi na meme de me se baby akwakudu ekabia kwode be ekodi baby a ebia na ho odin baby a dine won so wo ye bibi efu baby aba be hye baby said you betimi akle bibi na kabe ya ankon mo wie sika bro be si ya omo anu wo mo bibi sika si am de kabro be ade ntina ye tutu o ma no ne nhwe na ye hu hawa e bit because kan do so do ena si ya nye bibi so a dun so ne atimu se si ya no dun so na ye kase dun so e gire mu a ye an ye complain dun so no bibi be si wan ye kwa na kan ya nsem na be ye worse cra enti ya mama ntimi ka enkan kusi se aban no se one city na different nyina ye ka se one city na do so dia ene won hwe na won ti ni fara na so bit my hu bibi a na won hwe because matibi da say aban for chese one city sikabia say beje one city so the ba even 20 pesos 30 pesos kra na afo say be ya ma o man no etibanya sodwi ama watimi because enipa dodoa na itwika okumu ano say woji 30 pesos a die na say even less than 10 pesos kra na die na yebitimi enya sika bebrebe within one day na sika beje within even 10 pesos no edos we share the whole Ghana sika beje in a day ni easy it's no one ho na said ya washa sie kama no na enkoye say wodi bibi ebe hye nkofo nye gidi wo mu dada for GDB Omania and wash. And the front of part, the queen made me say, I do it, I do me. I do me for steady. Nipa just him say Ghana and any asoma I bet try Ghana ne I just say I'm for a bunch kra a bunch na
question, one question please. Opa Kwame Oma me kwan na Oma me kwan
Obi Fabiara
na me sin kame busa me nua wo ahene question ba ko pe
busa no obetu
wo ahene wonyi ni se sa asem a aban na ha ma aban odi abai se 1 cedi ye di gigi se sika no e to so per liter na ye ya stop dum so ada no wonyi already ye na ye wo for hia for de ye ko mu bu dada covid-19 ye tua ada no wonyi se sika no free ministers no wo mo no use more electricity wo mo cars wo mo timo petrol e free. And you want to pay no the day. Why? What did you say? And free and throw for yes, and doom so the papa. No more. I see a close gap between the rich and the poor. One this has once to do every a woman was thrown. Tiawa as against truck drivers in me ordinary people. No, that is the question. Yes, one need no one need and free and throw for I don't know what to say. Almost get too much. One TV cable. Car in the unit equal school equal job one down on timu shoot yourself in a yen tiamo sure I will say into one penny at the hawk I don't want to find and now yeah for your own time. That is what I'm saying. Won't be too comfortable. No some of you go near 10,000 what you call take away because what would it be one brother they want me here breno and to do so and papa this is bad. Na no na Muhammad did 1 cedi per liter there. One you free one way was so hot for the whole. One name in Adriana.
There's a same with you. What's it? Ajunche and Adiaba.
That is a kind of because one was copy 4 years there, some woman as class and almost had the court. Best of them. It's young years. Doom son and he said, "Bow, he said, because I prepaid, time we able to make any beer. Now you scout meet and bet 300-400. Everything I said, do can ya? Yeah, ministers, you know, can ya? And I acquire a boa cost since independent. Yanni Jesus cano. Near stop do so every penny for the water on the hall. What was too much money? I waste. That's as a bit, yo.
Of Uncle Fubina said, I question baby no much today. Yes, Capa and our first time.
I don't think I'm sick. There's so much waste. Yanni Jesus cano. No will be a doom so be any every penny for the hall. Nanya here for Minum year or from Harrow. That year, you come away. COVID-19 had come 2-3 years in it, as you are auto tadio, Bobia, receive was a COVID-19 a day. Vietnam Timono, Sami Jafika or Timono. On Tia, you feel it tank, so when I will talk tank about 1,000 or 2,000, no, the number, a Yaminum go away in the Tiaka. And Tia Pasia stop to so. It's about time the big people at the top should begin to one so tighten one belt. That's what I'm saying. Tighten the belt from the top people. I don't know where I did so better. Yeah, you offer money. You come a blow.
Why you wouldn't have to media accept this?
Why you was yeah, you offer my bread.
Why you
say ye to twat with a pop at the evening. Meme young Quano ain't me answer assembly and into our ye was somewhat a bar ye children say of a tune air kind or beside say many junior na and my dean I may shade the walking in Antino mean to be Fipra coupe and Fimu and Jimmy Jane Fopra coupe there wasn't a chance because I make us say my shots if you no passa my seminal I hija na asem na hija ne bisa na also nya botema asem only me chena oh yeah anyway ope because asem na da hono Over Kwame. It's a similar down one. Won't say,
Yes.
sir, one more coin. No quit your uncle for me, can cry so many down.
You need problem, you have solution. You may say, what was wrong? What was so much money? What you too comfortable? This time,
Abadi Chamu, Woma Bebuye, a year, your Bebuye name. The president is in the country. Ministers know the whole. Why do we add way about one for a monk? Why?
And America say, son about men and Metias. Me say, na answer na crowd be say be background. Me you actually was half one so say. At least no, ya from man I say don't go quarter be bisa. No, o me ya no kwan a ye fa so a. Ya bokase go ho no yehu na after that no. One me say na ka do be say be to Ghana for a na yehu say enkofo we say no. Se ne aye wo no no. Na ba bia ko du die se de fi ho no ye kro. Na safo e nyina ne na ho no mo. Ade bi tie ya na wo de sika sidi no aba betua so. Si interest enti no eye ade a ye beka but aban no the step
me pacho me sa dem me pacho me fata mo kakra but enya hwe ene se Petron obekirekire ni memu kire yen right from the start na woni ha
mate
na sa intumu no a ode baaye no ekwane ofa aso no ekire how naive or how competent the president is. So no take decision no. And say the TTM money say your stakeholders are providing energy. Your public transportation sector GP RT for also can who be. And I will say what they let beto so yeah, feeding value no petrol price no ema abayi kwan so true ema transportation system public transportation system so also reduce more charges yen nyina ye ni age say de Ghana ekoyi afeje die wodi abane say wodi one say one Ghana taxi bia beguso me kra me nyehu taxi no say one more see one more be reduce transportation cost no say one more so change one margin enti just what the yes no I didn't one from one debate no one checking one taking decision say o man na be disorganized pure incompetence. Again, sana intestine na 4 years you are running Ghana. Master, Yahuno bi. Na Yahuno say, me and then the bo fupa. Yahuno say, El Crofono, they are playing my game with Ghanaians because the people of Ghana no, we don't exist. Woman is no Ghana exist. It doesn't exist. Until resources are woman near Vidiano, woman quantity a benefit to woman. Look, you know where you cry no, you who dear a brandy warrior no so. That's said you're gonna foresee pen and memorial. Say a vessel gonna get tomua, name of we she or more, no Ghanaian will regret. Every Ghanaian will never regret. Mammy for Manusiasa. Mammy can't talk. Say you woman here petrol. Say one would be emergency services. No? We see doctors, we see fire servicemen. Yes, our politicians here. Yeah, one more and I saw one more free fuel with 1 more 4888 friend is saying BBBia no more petrol to say no monsieur. We are fed up with these people. Manuesi, Kasa.
Over I won't say yɛn nyinaa yɛ pini yie anaa meboa
dabi ɛnyɛ no korɛ
yɛn nyinaa yɛ
ɛnyɛ no korɛ sɛ yɛn nyinaa pɛ ne yie because yɛ pɛ ne yie a yɛkyɛ ne equally yɛyɛ fair but akyia imbalances
na the tenant ne say the mean ne say aban kɔ aban ba ɛma nokredie ɛmo mfa nokredie ɛne Ghana fontena na akɔkɔyɛ ade bi a abɛyɛ concern ama Ghanaians say ne ni kromo nokredie ɔmo ne yɛ ndinti no ɔmo gidi yɛ ho sika ɔmo mfa nyɛ deɛ wɔ so ɔmo de yɛ ɔde me kyɛ no ɔmo gidi yɛ ho sika agigi sika free ɔman ne ma no hɔ anoma ɔmo mfa nyɛ deɛ wɔ so ɔno mo yɛ akɔkɔyɛ ɛna akɔkɔyɛ big problem a ɛbɛbɛda wo sisi ɛna wɔn mo a yɛde ɔman ne hyɛ nsa nso no ɔmo mu akonta yi ɛma ɔman no enti no memi sei no yɛ ready budget for Ghana asa memi ngi budget bi ndi okɔ wisi because you said dodo na yɛ ntro this is you know we are to close right now ɔmo ma yɛ hunu sɛ ɔmo ba yɛ no me Ghana fo nyina hunu sɛ yɛ energy sector no ɛka da hɔ paa a te sɛ ɛka no wɔn ha sɛ yɛanye ɔmo anye ho biribi a wɔn ahwɛ a kanea no ɛbɛkɔ ɛbɛdundum ne saa deɛ ate sɛ wo ba yɛ na ɔmo hyɛ ase keka ho asɛm ka aba bɛda wɔ ne saa deɛ no well
solution in the appeal. The work and
solution in
solution.
What the about
you just scanning free.
Meba a contribution. Obia chena june. Yet before the Papa pay adjune and funny bibia. The baby said the baby can you cry me? Semi can be a. They are by no ever decide on. No for say a better for the nation. And not obey because you who say I was so much. Na bibi it omupa yi enye mu se 4 prices. It was a concern to so many Ghanaians. We see they have done everything in their power. Say omudi 4 prices beba for omaye foreign exchange.
Oh, Debbie, by chop.
What the mamin ka say
see the no na see the after and no one see the no now. Master, you must understand what is going on. And so
what's the city idea?
See the now picking value against dollar and I'm a full price at Tiaba form. Any political decision, any economic decision on the part of the government and Amanabasa is as simple as that. Kasa, Minya Botre.
Share enra yen nyina etre kum ha no ambe hu foreign exchange be bi okoduye wona che no eye bibia aban yi ba yi wo mo yi a eboa ema exchange no sidi no nya hoden it is sidi ni nya hoden na ma full price no ba for mo a eye tuwo bi yo sama adieba etimi bo
masti
eti omu ye adwuma no yehu so omu ye adwuma from the enye omu ye bibi wona me che eno maba
mamin control say see the no the value no artificial because mamin control me to cement free ha no mo export to Ghana sika e ka me bono na see the wo Ghana no e can buy that amount of cement you don't understand the Ghana for your see the no value no artificial friend is a rate a natural rate because the city cannot buy anything on the world market. And
obviously gold board now gold you know almost to free what to free Ghana say free and so far banning to me say baby almost to gold in free one gold
oh we want to check you we want say we want say one month to free illegal for no na one month to free one illegal for no now almost asset to one board one copy
one to free one for One more what that
one legal gold minders. San omu chiremu, san abre wa be chiremu. Ye to free na ye to free.
Galamsey is still going on. I don't want to be stopped with. Galamsey is still going on.
Even at all. Galamsey no, the cost by a bit tria, environmental cost a bit triano. And yet this generation, the generations to come and come. And tia brofo no de say ya accept say be say asase no for gold almost be ba the bufu amenya no ene nyame apata
ema obufu a ti de tene ni se enra tema mo sikai ekuo kosui exchange rate kosui ya be kasa artificial ya be kasa o we say on be che no ya be ka ho hwe na ne e prese ankomo ya nkobi entimi nye Emma sa ade na ekoso or exchange ekoso emra for my na on say America say ekwo we say no say oba opapa yi at least no e no be be ba fon kakra anwa emo ene no ma bi be ba fon kakra prices ba fon a ye kure ni no e betimi de no ma be Friday asasa amaye wona me chere enti say be ka say artificial yesu so no betimi say anwa eboa anwa ne be 300 Ghana cedis atuma ba be 150 sadie emo ne 800 cedis no etumi so be about 500 Ghana cedis ni sadie eti kakra na wo say de ye hwe na de wo ye e be yeye na ni na ye de me concern ne say one cedi na wo de aba beto so se sia na ye nyina no pa che say radio be bia che so be fa bia kwa say eno an obi radio station bi e kan wase eye e wo say discuss ade no ne adwiri kwan a ebe fa so a ebe timi aboa ye na sa dunso na abeso ye kon no wo mbetima hwe no ma ye fu ho na nyina ye ho atoye wala me cheno for many years abanko for better so yi ababa gie sika o matima mu ho aponta bia fatima anya hwe ya hwe momoko so obi ba no so for se bia hihye bi ho betima ye se bia wansi ne do so a ne ka ye kan ido metra se ko trans bia ka so wansi no ye tie de Ghana for ka enti no se nya wansi bi na be gine sei at a pump this idea no na se dia in baby a year in hwe na ye timi asolve this problem no because if you kokwaje busion baby na interest no na no so akwakoye ka bia me yakoye na mama yi na be question oh
Pakwan
means that me say make kasa so too much because if any lady na just say I was say ye di year 2 year na yakoye ni you woman
Pakwan
what professor Kasano
yeah, I can definitely be so one question. One question you can
about kind of control my it's ama you need to be on
estamos you can
Savo.
Yeah, bibi aboko there.
The abato Ghana no.
Yeah, just a quick question. You say no the same question I'm bisa bra Alex and I'm bisa so you say you penny for you almost podcast maybe. And say dream we hu ye pa o there whether say 1 CD or whether say 2 CD or whether say 50 pesos so you dream hu ya almost ntwa tax way nti o face say okay say almost the ntwa bi na me no any regular Ghanaians no yeah, you betray size when oju okay like does this say well with you say omo share bi na me ne wo any regular Ghanaians in betray no is it okay with you like oju and why are you okay with you forget the amount but is it okay with you so omo 2000 so anybody else
omo kai no na
the fuck come and say the my men say the one and what can found
I think say one no oka so mu tue bi na I am say omo de say aban in the etofu omo ma na ntisa.
Exactly. Nti your dream here omo de omo ntwe bi. Me no
Saa
mo
aban
aban ɛyɛ o dɛ sɛ ɔmo de ɔmo ntwe bi na yɛ de
ti
ntua.
ti bi so ma dwene no. Eno no enye omo botom sika ti o. Enye omo sikum no omo de tua de no. Wo de me che. Enye wo no ma ye government appointee bia no. I think say aban na e di etwa forward e de ma wo no. Oh, enti no e ho no no de e government asem. Me as an individual no de. Say oman na ye yie na no ma nyina ye yie a say omo kubu a any problem. Say aban e no mo hwe say aban no omo ntutuye ebeye na aboye nyina no problem bi asa say wo ye adwuma ya point na wo ye adwuma mo man Ghana no na fu a wo de ye boku buja ko ye adwuma na ebia me be ka say si na say mra o man no betuma ye ntutuye nyina yi a o man no obia afili free and happy within the country no meeting ka bibi emphasize no because I
Nti
hear
ɔwɔ ahɛn.
aha
Nti ɔwɔ ahɛn yɛdwe ho yie a ɛnyɛ nsisie na ɔmo nsisie yɛn. Ti sɛ akɔyɛ te sɛ me na ɔte fie ne me sɛ yɛn to susu ne yɛn siesie efie ha yie. Ba me a me de adwene baeɛ no deɛ me deɛ me ntwe bi o. Nanso wo deɛ bosomi bia ne ma bɛgyina so sɛ fa susu sika bra. Wodwen ho a ɛnyɛ sisie na ɔmo sisi Ghana for.
maybe no me de me ma twin say me ka say the whole kind example dey ban any
Why I'm sending line no atia to
uti sam eye oman adwuma na wono omo ye o na me say oman adwuma na omo ye eti no ebeye aban no wono mo hyehyeye e ma wono ma ya pa o masi wo say wo mo nyina oman no ho enye ntutuye e ma oman no e na aban no e hwe e ma oman Ghana nyina e hwe wono mo enti wo mbe ye ntutuye e wo say eboa said ye in Yankuba high. So the machine. Now to say me be say one no dear my and I say 1 million okay so mudo mutu and me ma ho de no say make say dey du kra no enu ho no mo de meet ma kan say omon fan to ye be emra e betin.
No, why? I'm sorry to.
Yina
Sorry,
why
sorry. See me, Bum. Why? Sorry, see me, Bum. Sorry, see me, Bum. That's where you're making. Why? Change. That's where you're making a mistake.
Omedi no crack your miner. No crap omedi fit it na ka ban bi obai. Omudi no krama oman a. An na oman ye nyina ho ton a. Ye nyina ho ton a. We be ye asem bi e di achi. Ba omun kan omuni no krani nti no. E na mo we aba concern say mo mu ni to crunch ye. Mo ya mo so am say mo de tax abetutu no maso. Mo de tax abetutu aden so asika na mo ba je no so a. Bosom yonu me bosom yesa na kwa ye hu sika bi eskam de. En ye hu sila ye hu trie. En na concern nti nkofo nyina ye kasa no.
Yeah, why? And idea yeah so say so. Ye nyina Ghana for ye nyina pe Ghana ye nti bibi say ba na say enya a e say ye nyina timi sorry gina na ye hu say ye wa hoden as United Ghanaians na ye timi sorry etia sa de we by the man koye style bi ne say ye sorry see etia ne so ebia wo any Alex ne NDC for that's more type of no more finding a way to justify say I the back. I say remember say it me who see be nya I say it me kasati I say enye. So me this a simple question where it's still one mommy answer no. You're still trying to find
Be
a way
answer
to
ne
justify
say.
it, which is not
Be
good because at
answer
the end of
ne
the
say.
day no omun trade I know any every other Ghanaian a bit sika way omu de ye mom gas ne free nti omu de omun trade by any other Ghanaian and it's wrong to do it. Would also hear says career fine, at the end of the day, no only a Ghana for first, and some year politicians, no. So why don't you contribute to the betterment of the country? Almost yes, I'm around this one. You're more you they get almost you like almost pay almost so now also could you my will pay our general. And yeah, you just sound once it into why don't they contribute that same money? Say any boom just the average Ghanaian and so China. The people say anything, say condemn one in a Okasi any power. No, power as a Ghanaian.
And I remember say,
power as a Ghanaian.
On the mono, one way, you know, more yama or mine. And no one can send a cop pump, you could tear, said a memo could tear. A yabano, and I'm more cada, or more co educotia. One say, I dear man Casano, yet your mocha, a yamoka dibia. No one could tear dia. Then it means that it will work at the pump against them. But at this point, in the sanity, a man and a share one no more peace and no be so. On a mission, it is a mecase. Workers of Muntia, or Mucho, a quite best on the first one between us, how do you see?
So the solution is simple. Solution is simple. Either say a better will pay. So near the difference now about the shares our contribution, and I say the best crash this full levy, you know, if we hold on more beer. Until I say a better will pay. So and I see almost gas allowance. There has to be a solution, and that's the solution. Unfortunately, they're not looking at that solution.
I feel na wono was what answer on ho. So as Michel because they don't put me so omuntu na dey kwambe so mutua. No mutua. Enti so say we do dey aba no say ene say aba be hwe wo no so mutua no say e bia omo some deductions bi e be koso and say the card na mo omo ana de omo ye say dey bia top of bi omo a bia say mo 1000 a ye be mo 700 na 800 na just say omo use 800 na going forward no omo so mo to na fu na sa omo ko to a then omo use their own pocket money to buy let's see the deduction be come so sana me be hu no eye entoatoa enye se me force say omo tua no ana so omo tua no da bi me force sa na because we ade aba be da ho no e wo se nyina ye dwena ho se de bi se fa ya ye nyina na e be boa ye ono me che no se me nkom be gina akontufo radio gidigidi se wonyi se wonyi ni si ya ade be che no wanyi ni si ya wo se ne tete ho no na me make say ade wo mu se si ya ni se de bitima de ne ye nye bibi abani nye bibi se de ya de wo ka se e ka da ho no mo no ye emedu sa level na e be ba se afi light no kwana na e ya e west be bi gina se si ya enti omo ni ye ehun ya pa ehun ene meti asem ne sa oni se meti sa meti obi NDC for kan MPP for kan NDC for kan MPP for kan ye ha ye ya enso me tu sa ut sasia no analyze do bie kana ut se ni na akwa se yin sika akwa de akoso problem kwa be so be force bi sika akoso sa problem na baba de so wan hwe a ade baba chine light ni nya bi enti din ne wo se ye no government no edi oba abani bi baba to se uko pump na 1 cedi per liter no won de baba to no Ghana for ye nyina ye kira adwene ebia after 2 days 3 days no won so will come back again conclude and come say ebia 1 cedi na me kana per de what ni nyina no obeka say ebia sade a 1 cedi no be hunu say ebe ya ho kira ma Ghana for enti en kofa nko 20% na 30% ni ye ku enim because sade ni de kan ya.
Yeah. Well, platforms why you do. Hello. Yeah. Such as all my quiet answer. Oh, my quiet, me kasa me nya.
Oh, me yetio na overbody bobo ho na ofatuma anusia na what take you over. Over
Mache, Medasi. The attorney says, Sas Kaya, a buying echo passing of parliament in Rana and Sanana. Yes, one of the twice say, says Canada, a best stop was Emma Doomso Emma. Doomso, it is a bow. Whether you Jesus can this eba because time we be doing so, Nipa be prepaid, ye meter you so I prepaid. Me come we be do me can be and I'm use cabe 300-400 cents I will be meter as near say do. So what we is ask about more canon. That's number one. Number two, I omani nyina said here. The way ye di ye boy ho brother and yet ye this ankwase asem ya as I say ye timi edru emre bi ne ka say no more after this concert no eto atwa ye nyina ministers already ye ne e wo form no ye komu ebu me no kasa sisi ai taxes e friend COVID-19 levy ye da ho je ye nyimfiri ho VAT yɛ da ho gye yɛn yɛnyi mfiri hɔ taxes bebrebe nti sɛ aban no saa de wei 1 cedi per litre saa bɛka yɛn ho a mese saa sika no yɛwɔ nipa a wɔn ɛwɔ aban adwuma ministers deputy ministers chief executives ɛne wɔn tete VAT kaa mu wɔn gye free fuel yɛnyi gye saa sika no yɛmfa nkotua because wɔn saa te aban bungalow mu 4 years sami asa ma wɔn ex gracia no wɔn saa de kɔ yɛn nyinaa yɛnya bi saa ne nyinaa yɛn yɛ enti yɛ de yɛkɔ no mu ebu enti wɔn mɔmɔden no wɔn close to the gap between the rich and the poor no nanu yabɛ ɛbusu mi ne sami jɛfi young boy wɔn ti yɛ nya $10,000 wafa nkote obi so ɔho sɛ sika nyinaa no ɛwɔ hɔ na nkɔde kɔm a yɛtua saa ɛyɛ tax ya 1 cedi nka ɛyɛ wɔn nyinaa enti mese dum sɔ no ya aban ne ka say to avoid doom so no wonya sa kasara ka yi so oka because ana electricity kra aban crofo na use more electricity one offices ministries nyina air conditioning ko prepaid meter bi ani ho ye na yetuaka one fie one kitchen kitchen kra ya nu aduane ko ho nunu enti one na use more electricity ya one ntua o wɔn ntaade yɛ hyɛ wɔn sami gyamfi siw kyɛhyɛ no shoe ɔhyɛ ne nyinaa no yɛne yɛtete ɛsa ne yɛde ma no kɔtɔ siw tu hyɛ ne masa me say saa law no 1 cedi per yɛnyi mfiri saa mpanimfoɔ no hɔ na yɛ ahiafoɔ no deɛ yɛ ho because yɛ kɔɔ no emu bu asɛm no tenten ne tietia no ani because yɛ taxi na nipa kakra bi bɛyɛ 1,000 na wɔn anya sika pii 4 years sa no wɔn ayɛ yie sɛ exam wɔn hwɛ ya wɔn V8 car wɔn ti ɛna ɛsa ama no saloon car na yere ɛne ne mba ɛde bɛkɔ dwom ɛde akɔ school ɛnti wɔn pay no wɔn ti ɛda hɔ kwa wɔn fa nyɛ hwee ɛna na mi busa ayi mr ɔwɔ ahene nana wɔn deɛ wɔn ntumi nka dum sɔ n'ani sɛ ɛba ɛnyɛ sɛ bi aka da hɔ ɛni sɛ ɛba koraa because yɛ deɛ yɛ mimi mita sika wɔm bebrebe enti sɛ dum kanea sisi ano the government have no business yisi nyi so wɔn dum kanea because time yɛ sika wɔm enim abɛ 400-500 wɔm de bia mimi sɛ nipa bebrebe yɛ saa enti no ministers no fi air condition ɛdeɛ wɔn ne wɔn car fuel ogum nyinaa no ɛyɛ free yɛm wɔn anto wɔn fuel ne yɛmfa nkotua dum so ɛho problem yɛmfa nso wɔn saa problem no kure wɔn mu ara no tiawa na obi foforɔ nso bra yeah, kwame me das no for obi for.
Yo, of our master was who we remember.
Aha, Mr.
Yo, Fabodi.
Me say, Carlo, as I say, ministers in the tia, and yeah, here for. So one do more electricity, more air conditioning.
So friend is saying, Omwati, Yama, overboarding sumra. Now, overboarding, and as someone da hono, and Kawasa me Petro Nanka. Osa abona mane na wutie ni yi enti petro so why ready a minim say won so Ghana da aboso na fa asem no to amanfo anim na afi ofa boedin so nka na adwene wo ho because say the misiti ne no me hura ko now these people are playing mind game with Ghanaians esanse Ghana wonyeni po Ghana nyeni penti ye no say the CP bia se petro brian will be o Mike dia bekasa
Kwame I say na reflective Thursday to no me dia na wo my game na ene mo che ahyese no ti bia na ono so kuta bibi ba bi kra na de che media na me share ti no on fa ne dia na mbra na ye ko second round na ya kan yi na bo me after
wonim bia yes different thing but the bia of about the wonim okay, overboard, we give you a chance. If you are known him, into the count the NET.
Oh, I say more kind of man, Namini Suntino, make cousin.
Petro, any clear the America. Overboard, the oh, man, repeat. Not gonna force for the second time because
in the reflective Thursday. This a job where the pastor was the papa be the mayor.
Petro, just at the beginning of the programming and our kind and Crawford Pino Munila. So they didn't hear. And then give us another chance if you are ready. If you are not, can they say the mimi city as here? Actually, offer body, no offer body, so I'll be here no amount.
Okay, so sign our candy. Oh, just where the body top fan is say, I'm saying now no, and I'm some agent via that Roma. You see the nine at about tupa, I'm say affected petroleum cost, and into what is it? In the Amazon nominate our post at almost 15%. And on I'm saying, wait for 9 years, no, advance JD said. Electricity sector near Wakabida and desire for Bibi Kaka to Sona, Yempenkutu, second year only high and Kaka. Then on us a broad consultation, so and shut down for down. There were Nipabisu or down Honoma, almost so, sir, one city a day to a village, affected homo business. Nipa Bakoni GPRTU, almost so my buying ultimatum up to on the 10th of this month. Sabana yahu bibia almost better to sukoko achira ban tine ho komo na bedi obama isua ye di ho komo aba be si se odi aba be fa e bia na wa gwenche bi ho ana utete news no so wo fie no wo komo fufuro bi kra na e de che media betu ye ni bi yin na ya gwe ho bine ne tofan
me kura de saa asɛm wei no me yɛ sɛ nka na me pɛ sɛ mɛka ho asɛm bi because me pɛ sɛ nka mɛka ho bi kura na sɛ ya na yɛbɛtumi ayɛ na yɛman na akɔde a ɛbɛden because me no ɛyɛ na eduru baabi a na me wura ho na me wura ho a na me san adwendwen ho so a na mafa ne saa because yi wei so a bama so wei a na ne yɛte bama we aso ye papa patom ne bama na ho no ano so ne ti ena na yemu bi ye ka tax dodo a aban hyeda de gu ye so but nipa ni bi nya kwan timi justify sa enkrofo ni bi so kasatia but ene no enkrofo o mo justify no se enye enkrofo so o mo kasatia no so e pe kwan bia so justify say eti se me kamienu we no mienu boma na mo say Ghana no ye bebre because ye mu bi de afa no mo say ntina ye tu ye ho kire esa no na ye ho bi ye nya sika no because normal bi wo ha nka meka ne say ala ten because opportunity God don't give you money, don't throw away money for you. You say you won't go reporter. Oh, eti over me say sika we asem no ene ntem omuka no che say a question as safo se wan be bisa no emu da hotodo you say koba say me wo wan hene de mnim say nya party sam eno de no kra de wo ka asem ana woni no ewo hu ma hu say wanya odobi ama papa no even though say mnim say no beginning no support ma ama na ohu kwa me bidi akono ko e but me hu say no ma bi e koso no wanya odobi but ye masa no ma no so ebe dadae na agufa do kofa SHS ba ya o se me free education e no de dadae etu okofa tax okofa bond we ba ye okoka say SHS okoka say free education okofa we ya free education oye we ya si ebi na sisi ya no mahama mo start no kura kan ba ho na nipa ode ye party we be ko position ye sa bugina poi na onyamfa ne tax we mayo ena me baba ma we so ba be gina ha ka say the way papa no complaining boy no complaining bibia ye de wa ko tran say ko solve problems who complaining be ne me nyaadwen enye platform ko so na bebre na mo ne me nyaadwen adenti ne ye bo nipa na chi but ajade mefa ena de mefa ena de krono kese ba ye me kan sa sibu kwa mama penso a tese adenti na say yen timamufo se ne na obi kirekire mu no ukoto patura wo de free na wakoto na odo kasi wa na obu unso adwuma kro teacher ni so ya ban adwuma o nurse si omukọ strike ya akando di omachi a wo pa omachi omuso aban adwuma no moye na teacher for police for the say ahwa me kasa na me kuma no ba so la me didi o matenti no na ese bitwa so but nye o mo fault omo so na me ye bri sen ko mato omo ma gu Ghana bibia ya tuogu say months sa no ma we mu a yenso ye nkɔ adwuma ye nye bi police for teacher for fire say obi anya adwuma abandi me ko be ye sa kwase se mu ya ọmọ yẹ ní sika ní atam $100,000 say yẹ di ama mpi wọn fa nkọtọ kaa ẹyẹ na amanfoɔ no okugye to kwan amenti ase because of say okugye to kaa sɛ ɛnyɛ no mo sɛ wɔ ɛnyɛ mo no nyɛ ne deɛ no eti nipa 275 wɔ anye na nkaefo no gye a ɛnyɛ nkwasi aka na ne abɔ eti sɛ ɔno nso nyina mo waka na mo nti ase na mbɛkyɛ deɛ a bi kura amɛgye na me de akɔyɛ me nso me de akɔyɛ ato ebi ono de ndie bɛboa but me ne nyansa mu no instead of say be support boy no e wo no ma bi mu no nye ne nyina mu na ɛsɛ me support no by no ma bi ho pagya ba ɛsɛ nka etim support no ye kro na because of say in favor enti no ye ni abɔ ne nsɛm na gu ye pagya 100,000 o ɔmo kɔ setting keke no obi a kɔ parliament a ye tua ne ka ɔkɔtena committee so ne sa mana allowance adenti which is omu wi a na omu disika na ba na yetimamufo na ye no ye ho kire ya yesu ka sika ni ye dede no omu chi nipa na na so omu ka no ye besa sori agina radio so afre ye kwen ye yakora ne se kwensa nipa no MPP ni ababa ATS nyina wanya bi o ye di loto Ghana loto nyina ma Akufo Addo ofuri ata ne nua mo na omu age no mu di ye di airport e di che ofori ata mo kra so mo ka mo de begu Ghana kra di ni Ghana nkeye ye the airport che Nigeria ni ye the twa kontase kan just like that say je no a give millions of cedis no afa ye ko kan ye benya nkrofo asori agino mochi the same thing na ban we aba mu yi eno ma akom yenu a wo ye ne ebo miensa mienu so o ye anyi nkrofo ba be gino mochi sami je mfi betra radio so no defend aban a miracle aboaje kotra ayi na miracle o defend aban a enhyeda nya mabufu bebre because ono onya bibidi within short time boy iskani cham ame okumo mo iskafo but me na meti ha me de me support party ni keke ebi kura ono ma bi o aye nti na me mani je ho me mani da so na mo mu se bi aban na beba e man kokon ketenkete o maye mi kuro mo bi o mo de normal we akọ bi o ma standard electricity ebi kuro mo bie hospital bi wo I know my I know de o mbetimi but wanya sika twa sika ese me de topper true sika na ne yante afrim no we say de 1 euro sa beto me de so me ameti abonten me de so no ma bob nse mama no me boss me da kra me nda ti emu bi de se na America no party ye komo be ye to be frank me ntimi mo me se mouse ade no ho se me di bi kura ade America so me di bi me nipa boni nti no me mo a ne ye ma yenua mo nkere mo but me akasa no me ni bi me ho kere me bi na me san support am ye kwase a enkrofo mo ti abonten mo ye na san krofo na ye di level by no omo support ene enkrofo yo mo e support sa 100 1 euro ye say 1 Ghana ye mo de abeto so ye di level by na san krofo no ta ke say level nye na me de me question say o wan hene mo me question say unim say ye wo problem say ye de sika bi e kwhye ba bi a ye nya say sika na dum so pepa o ba MPP for no kan say u betwa 11 mu a afọ me so ko de ho say u twa 11 mu a the problem baba 11 ni sika na o se da u man fa hwema na New Zealand taxes na omoje nti omoje a na mfa hwema na wo betwa nuabo ensama mo u fa kire ho na wo se me de 1 euro $1 aba say 1 cedi me de aba say na de dollar ni cedi e penti no me de aba na montua kania no bedu sa no me ye kwase me support o dia me Jimmy for. To be frank, obi obe support we bi no, mo fa nche me wa Jimmy. O mbu se o ye kwase ya. Ade no no credit ne kan ba ko. Na no na be ka kire me say 11 no, enim fa so bia sika kro na eba. Ade nti na ne wo mu ka kire say oh 11 ye ka se nke betwam. But ye ba ne wo say energy sector you know problem aba ho ti ye di say sika ne ye gine bi a 1 year ne ye de akotua. Ye di watam kra say ne wo na kan. Na ye de akotua. Ba wo kotwam na say de no da sika ba na me gitumu say ma jetum ade ne ya me ye gimi for to be frank. Eno na maka na enkoso da. Because ye woni pa omo support sa na omo we party for on support omo de that position but try radio so support a many problem ho because one support a onya sika ni bi nti o support a ne dia no ye mani bi sika na ye je ne ye cha omo nti omo support a big problem ba wo a ye timamuni a wo be support sa nkwasese mu no ya na anhwa na wa no akuti obi we de mesra mo about ebufu na mesi me nka ho asem ba mo na nnem akofa se menko kan bi me mpese sase mu ka me kan ho bi kura because me kan na ehye mabufu mo ehye mabufu mo sense ka we asem no over kwame ne eyi mo to be frank asem papa bi wo ha mo me kan because Ghana for akan se ombeji omo nkrofo no bedi omachi mo mate wo ye hwe ombeji na de ya kura nsenka ye je no ne ye nyina ka senya but you benya nkrofo mo obo mo sem se o ye yenka se adwuma aba no eye no enye oye eye but the enye so ese ka na wo de we nso kra ba adwuma ye nyina e zero to me no e zero me hu ade papa bi a mesa ka fa ho bi because we ye tififo ubu mi se me jimi fo me sa de ne de wo ye me pe na o mamani abre to be frank wo ye me sa de no na o mamani abre ubu mi se me jimi fo nti no atem bi abeka to bi na se eko no me ben okura na se me kura tua kwasi de ni bi ahwa beto nti no eno de to be frank you say sansem no o fa kwa me sa de fofo bi wo ho na ya dwene ho a ese o mukro mo wiwie ska kro mo gya o mo nyina wontumi mo kye o mo kye o nyina nkwase akye ese gya obi a ma na ye de obetimi a na okọ wa ho oden no na wa bu afa ketwa nso na okọ because to be frank say na me kan na se nya duro so pa na MPP for de mahama akwa edi se obetra se pa adwene ho se me kwa akọji saa sika wei saa abre wei mu a mahama o ma nipa di ho ya to be frank o ma nipa di ho ya me de no credit me nim se de obi adwene ye no but me de o ma di ho ya to be frank o ma nipa nsa si fam many persons because me defend this area we asem de no kro ho ana waka say ofa kwame asem foforo ho a ade
asem foforo ho ne say eneye environmental day bombade ho naja odini nyansa no fae na environment no mama nso wako baby akoye say plastics a ha Ghana for environment no say obey ho adwuma so twam so ye denyu and also plastics no amane e dey Ghana for no so ho asem bi ka
because Ghana we nyina enkwase akeka we no ye hu nya so mba betra bonti se plastic no mekwa akoye enkwase akeka environment na ene de he motu galamsi asena mo gold board ya mo de ba state galamsi na mutu mu wi mo sa ba ji sika wo se na ba die na ba wo be ya no de bo ho amade ye kwa ye ho fanfe ye san de hu sika sa fanfe we mu kwa ko gina wo nyina mo de ho tax beba aba ba ji
am say what your free NBC
mi nyane free na mi gane free na say me trauma mo nya me sa de ene me gane ya me gane me free ho a man free on so abetram na no makon
so gane o me so what your din mu
me twa me din mu metram na no makon NBC no enye obi dia ye nyina betram ne de omo ye ne nya metram na no makon menko
I'm the number. So one million see for no see enough.
No, see because at the papa be any cruma, tiano. Sans a moon, just and I make not just a Mantiana, big general nipa for Ben a typical transit, a general, yes, I'm quite assembly. More money public in Iowa. Oh, unless I mean, in India, a channel, say, in India, a channel, but still no. Sɛnea na ɔwɔ ahene ka no ebia na ɔmo nya nwie bibia nti no yɛ keka sɛ ya na ɔkɔntrol radio nso ne amanfoɔ deɛ ɔmo tie na obetwa mu a ɛne ɛyɛ obetwa mu deɛ a because saa tax wei ɔmo gye no mote hɔ na mo dada sɛ o mu kura mu pay mo nye wei enti pay na mo nye no ɛyɛ sɛn akufo ado na da asɛm ne bi na na mempɛ no no dada me sa no ɔmo mani abrɛ ka kyerɛ sɛ o nye wo pay 6 months Medium we appointees what it to my grass yeah ye can Mama the Cotua Montin they say yento a referendum on home see any as grass and free one be see 100% will be able to yes that is that sir I buy food and question same way cast there the moment you know drafting out the car you better you mean nothing says you can't cry me of a question besides sika na Mahama 6 months so the ache anyway the year so the atete no sika no mo keka ni nyina mbo mu no saa omo ayi no friend months na enya maaye no so obewu wo ne wadi kan je hu sika de koye project eno no saa sika no mo nyina no mo nya asɛn mo nya sika kakra mo fa nkotua ka ni bo
na ade ye me ya ne se you say Sodom so no. Say energy providers no. And no more years, sir. Said yeah.
Yes, I on bois. Chance of no chrome can crying on bois. Yakabia. What's now? And buy the book. What Moncasa maybe Moncasa.
Yo, Yabacasa. Yo, and then Pamela. Be see a frog Pamela. You know, teaching Pamela Bright. That's he said there. I have a before no bar. Only moon up home. It is a said your mamma or no within the party. No, I feel that crisis no crabber. In himself of a body, when you meet the crab was only womb. Over challenging system. Over fighting system. Pamela Bright. Waba bio huna mi ma ba maso anase o Mike no reflective sa kwabna so on kasa me de me wo nkropo pi wo ho abi se e go futa wa mfana no ansi enti kwabra nye ready abi ene brai na besu emu na se Afi na Ghana boy, they are becoming angry. They know enough, but they are learning to become angry. And then maybe both.
Yeah, let Sam go.
Okay, Sam. I used to come to Sam Kasa.
Yeah, no, for coming, Michelle. And yeah, really, I mean, it's snippy like. So they're like of a very kind number of body about because you saw you end this in him potty. And at the end of the day, Ghana and a person too, Ghana and a person calling him. And so and I get it, saying yes, we are party member and that's the party which you almost BPI so bad now be defending. That's fine. We do it day in and out, nobody's perfect. But so and you get people here who wants to justify it through some means and as someone say can go like it doesn't empower man and man and calling him at the end of the day and Ghana and a person calling say being call here almost be banny say yeah and yes moment me in some kind of backbone be near sorry here so because the Ghana and you might and moreover so we said it here before see you say Ghana, I know some at two that I think of what I say e-levy and a previous administration, especially e-levy Kahone, yet two vanity So why would you even want to repeat the same mistake? What's the year 11th year, and then you turn around quickly? Now the probably shahon office since I then Ghana for no answer and I since just a fun wafa Ghana for no funti like do whatever you like at Trump. So the other day, and back to what Abby told me the other day, Mikasanka, forget, Akufo-Addo administration and let's move forward. And Abe, he quickly corrected me, say, you must remember the past, keep it in your back pocket and learn from this experience. And see, see previous administration, why would you want to do the same thing? Unless, say, of course, you could just do whatever it's like a game to you guys. Take advantage of the people and then, you move on just like that. So, like grow some sort of backbone. So party the say and have some sort of backbone and criticize them. Me in code in a mining too far. By saying yes, and it's a thing, the say defend the assembly and I say defend the unfortunately, think here and see Kaka I saw for body and so on. And thank him for standing up to his party and speaking the truth. Nina, I know I hear what I say. Nia Koyin. See, Abe, that's it. Your turn.
Yo, Abe, Mama ye president Tibia, or why remarks be the denim. Inti minim say Sana or Grandfa Ghana for. Or say we have short memories. Ghana for short memory. Now, yes, say short memories are, and can you say 100 Ghana for in the way he's doing now? So, now, yeah, they say we are becoming angry, perhaps angry enough if it push you. It is, say, there, awareness in Abba. Only moon up at home. Abi, bright, not to us on my
I think in our political dispensation, I think it has become normal that when people want power, they will tell you blatant lies to win the power. Then when they win the power, then they disregard the people. They don't care, the impact of what they do on the people. They want to do their own things. NDC said they were coming to reset the system. Resetting means you clean the table, you clean everything and start afresh. But, that's not what they are doing. I've said earlier that these people are coming to do less of the same. We are experiencing the same thing. I don't. Our worry is this money they are collecting. I don't think it's going to solve any problem. You understand? I don't. The way we are approaching the whole thing, I don't think this thing is going to solve the problem. Okay, how much do they want to raise? And this one cedi each they are talking about, are they going to raise it in a year or in 2 years or over how many period? So it's like the whole thing is not adding up. And I was a bit disappointed when Owahene was saying our MPs, they are working for Ghana. So we need to beg them. We need to pamper them, give them all what they need at the expense of the average Ghanaian so that they can serve us. Teachers, nurses, doctors, name them. Are they not doing better jobs or serving the nation better than these idiots at the helm? or politicians or MPs, people who make laws and they don't abide by those laws. They make laws and vilify those who are implementing the laws they themselves make. I think we are giving these people unnecessary respect. Or we are attributing, things they are not doing to themselves. They are not doing. Look, if you consider the benefits these people are getting, look at a young man like Sammy Gyamfi. Sammy Gyamfi has a gardener. Something that he has to do to even keep fit. But they are paying a gardener to do it for him. Sammy Gyamfi. So just oppose that to, the MPs and all. I mean, they've got unnecessary benefits. And I don't know which people in their right senses sat down and say, let's load these people with as many benefits as possible. I don't understand. In this part of the world, when they give you a car, when your company or your organization gives you a car, it's not any source for jubilation. They consider it as what we call benefit in kind. It's benefit in kind. They quantify everything and subtract it. They add it to your pay and tax you. So when they convert all of these things and they add it to your salary, it increases your tax band. So if without all these benefits, let's say you are on 25% tax rate, when they add all these benefits, you fall into a 40% tax rate range or 50% tax range. Then they tax you. But we have a situation where these people, we are not even getting value in the roles they are occupying. These are people who are taking double salaries. We have people who are giving per diem. Do you understand? The per diem you people are talking about, the per diem is not only when they travel outside, though. Per diem is not given to them only when they travel outside. Within Ghana, they give them per diem. If you are in Ashanti region and you come to Accra, you are entitled to per diem. So we are wasting a lot of money. The waste is on them, from them. So why haven't they sat down and proposed that, let's cut this, let's cut? No, they will not do it because it's to their benefit. So Mama, I don't know. I mean, the point is, even if they will implement tax, it is too early. It is too early because immediately they came to power, they cancel most of these taxes. They themselves describe as nuisance taxes. The point is, we expect them to have evaluated some of these taxes before either they could have reduced some of them, or once they remove it, they don't have to replace it with anything again. But they rush, they feel they have to do something, and we have not even gone far. We are not even 6 months into the thing. They are imposing another form of tax. But as I said earlier, we are fetching water with a basket. This tax they are going to collect, is it going into the same basket, or they are going to use a bucket or something? But the way I see our people, I don't think it will go into the same basket. Because if they say they are raising this money to finance the energy sector, are the inefficiencies in the energy sector addressed or removed? You understand? If the inconsistencies, if the inefficiencies in the energy sector are not addressed or not removed, what shows that this one city they are going to collect will change anything? It's going to the same people. We have not heard any, transformation done in the energy sector. We have not heard anybody being held accountable. We have not heard any reshuffling. We have not seen any restructuring of the energy sector. Because sometimes to pump in more money, you need to restructure either the sector or the organization to remove some of the bottlenecks in there. But we've not done any of these things. And it's like you have a wound. You only want to plaster it. You've applied so many types of plaster, and you are going to apply the same plaster. It will not solve the problem. Yeah.
Mami Musta say, sir, energy providers. Say also about to remember your figures. Say this is their unit cost of electricity. Omo produce my and a price or ton my. This we should know the figures.
Over Kwame, are you asking me?
I'm a Ghanaian. And they are paying electricity bill in Ghana. And it's worthwhile say one more busa question and say your production cost no yes saying. And you selling cost no so yes saying. Then let's be one unity mean the cost no ye competitive than other. That's a best support to almost be a finance. So maybe honum now or say replace it one more to say a trouble gas a ye medium if he say importing gas.
Over Kwame, don't go far. Have you made any attempt? Have you made any attempt? Name one company in Ghana. Name one company. The government organization. Name one. Okay, ECG. Because that is what we have did. For Kwame, have you ever tried to go to ECG website and try to download financial report for ECG before?
You
will not get it.
It doesn't exist.
They don't publish those. They don't give public access to those things. Anybody who doubts it should go there, run any of those reports, and come and post it on our site.
Bombardier, there's an assignment for you.
Okay, Bombardier should go and do it. Unlike here, if I go to British Gas website, look, if I want to find their operational information, everything, I will get information until I get tired.
I said, we'll be choose one.
Not only that, they have this information for potential investors as well. Because investors have to read a lot about these companies.
I say, government no know what we
who?
Because they are rendering service to the public.
Over Kwame, we have freedom of information authority or something. You apply for information, they tell you this is too confidential. We cannot give it to you.
Okay.
This will jeopardize the president. The president, this part of the world, president in court. So anybody, what is the choice in it?
The choice is what Ghanaians has chosen as a system of governance. No accountability.
Papa Kwame, Ghanaians have not chosen this type of choice. It is the people at the helm who are not helping citizens. You understand?
And what are the citizens doing?
Here. If you are looking for information about a company, about any organization, and they refuse to give you, they have a timeline. If they refuse to give you, there's another step you can take. You write to the ombudsman, or they have ICO, and complain as well, and the ICO will act, and they will find them.
Wow. Responsibility.
So here, freedom of information request is not a joke. It's not like our part where upon Nkrumah alone will start. No, we can't give you. This is too confidential information. It will put the president in danger. All those rubbish. So anybody, if Bombardier can find out any financial information, financial report, or whatever about ECG, he should bring it. Then I'll give him another one, and he brings it. If you go to any company website in Ghana, you want to find even their annual statement, you won't get it. I don't understand why.
No, but we ourselves we carry the blame because we don't demand what we have to know.
Why? We are people in charge. Do you understand? We have people in charge who are supposed to do. That is why we are paying them. You see the sort of respect Owahin was giving them. Owahin gave them this respect on the assumption that they are performing what they are supposed to perform. But they are not doing it. Look at Afenyo Marking. He's so self-centered. Oh, we the political class. This one call himself political class. Oh. This village boy calling himself a political class. Meanwhile, anything he does doesn't show class. Anything he does doesn't show class. Because here, proper politicians, when they talk, you hear that, yes.
They are nation builders.
We, the political class, we have to be careful. Come on, look how Afenyo Marking.
They say, contour and or because they are supposed to serve, but they are lording themselves over.
Look, when some of us, when we say we are not managing ourselves well, it's not just a superficial thing. Do you understand? Because proper management is not being done. Because when I look on the website of any company or any organization, I try to look for how they are managing themselves well, how they are trying to address risk issues and so on. All these things you cannot find. They won't put it there. They won't put it there. They say, oh, these people, they are too low. And what you don't even have to think about it. When you find any problem, who you report to. They all what they care is money. How they can do their own connection and get a thing. And the person who is supposed to hold them to, you think Akufo-Addo would have held anybody to account? Akufo-Addo left the whole thing free for all. Chop your own, I'm also chopping my own.
Maybe Akufo-Addo only Muhammad Sresre, no?
Yeah, definitely. Exactly. They were doing all of those things at the expense of all of us. Mama says, what has he researched so far? There's nothing, no stand that he has researched anything. He said he wants to bring Okada. Where is Okada? When we need proper transport system, it's Okada. Where is even Okada? Where is Okada? When does he want to bring about that Okada? 24-hour economy, they've disturbed our ears, disturb. They say August. How? You wake up overnight and say, I've brought 24 hours. Come on.
Yeah. Abi.
Yeah.
Break kakra na obusun pompa tin ka ke papa na fin fenesen kwaba so onyama enti obusun fo wapre mu hisa ma yi no ama ma stabi enti brai na beti em say wo ba han mo ye yi kakra na asaya ba eni se ma sa
about obusun for the his government is power now.
Kwame. Wa mama mentia no. Adwin kese. Adwin kese. Ofakwa. Ana no madaroma.
God.
We are not sure that Nisa, but in this 5th of June, you would have expected say your number say plus 25 and as a 13. So some near but still you're running below 10 degrees Celsius. And then Musunyu into say or she no be banner say you're below 10, you're below 10 degrees Celsius. Or usually around this time they'll say you hit the best at 25, 22. It's had an idea. It is someone your name say be a fee and bia. And say the nature France. No.
I guess idea Ghana. And yes idea. Now do a bush of Ghana.
Mate. They say you had special discount from KLM. And I said Air France. Mavinci 84 no credit what him catch it.
Air France is no more waiting in Ghana.
Of a what him we did say me them clear.
Me don't kapa.
Mavinci 84 and as I said me home me by yade kakra it's influenza virus no ebe kam share ho ti me kra de na me fi sell da sanimre na na so na no madaroma and influenza say e basa na say after winter na ya na o mo recommend say ye be wo vaccine no wa me ba na me go bi da nti yeah nti him say this afidie akame kakra nti I say the it say emre so say me call or enye kra
David. I get your friends say hintia pepre
nyina ai so below nyina ai so em say to that virus no more won't die say o de block was na phone one no so o ma adapt another strategy o mo de be penetrate enti the vaccine na be si on kwai mamicha iti for na em say mati praise bombardier kamate abinka mati of a chum bari manka na ofa kwa me ye ba o ma ye nkasa o ye shas ya na che say wa bosim sa yes I of a chum bari ma bedwa
me bo fu
him say ma just say 1 Ghana 1 liter and I say 1 liter 1 Ghana live here dia be now him say a man for entiase now so of a kwame minim ni ntia o say Ghana for how on fast and I say on be complaining about sa levy here dia be because to me I think say is one of the strategic levy here dia ba eba be boa amaya stop and I say ye be beat down the growing energy sector debt no but nyanka be ma Ghana for anye ni jene ne say yes energy sector debt no wo enyini is growing we do ho amentiase wotɔn energy wocharge consumer no a ɔmo tua for services energy a wotɔn consumer no tua how sɛ ɛwɔ sɛ ɛkaba bɛda hɔ enti I think say ɔmo describing it as a growing debt no na just say yɛn as ɔman leadership agye to mu parliament agye to mu sɛ yɛakɔ akɔfa ɛka bi abɛto yɛn ho so as aka no ɛwɔ sɛ yɛbɔ yɛn ho bɔden na yɛnyɛ saa aka no yɛnyɛ ɛka no ama no nyini nti it's like Ghana for leadership ne nyɛ wɔn adwene sɛ yɛba bɛte saa aka no so. And this is not the first time I buy Equanamo to beat down the growing energy sector debt. And what is the assurance? What is assurance? Say with this 1 Ghana 1 liter no, na 1 liter 1 Ghana no. The beba boama debt no abrase and I yetuas akanefiho. Until I think the Ghanaians are not convinced enough, and also the communication from the government and also no. And share that effective to inform the consumer no about strategies, measures, ni model with this levy no you be to me because you see a growing a canning is like free for free rollings and as a minimum say free nkroma bresua and as a canning the any inti sankabai be to me a communicate in details actually Ghana for say ebia time frame a yɛde ama yɛ ho nie ɛka ne nie enti ebia after this year and after next year no na yɛtumi atua ɛka ne mu say but as at now minim sɛ bia if it's in the public domain there minim but I have no access to the debt ɛyɛ car Ghana ɛde in that energy sector no minim the overall debt enti ebia sɛ onua bi anaasɛ etiefo bi ana obi wɔ as information to the debt na and also I think say buying as all generators are levy revenue no say obetimi a ye account ama Ghana for ama yehu say finance minister back up parliament or presented budget and also obeka achievement on my enti omoma yehu say they are going to be transparent. And Omema Ghana be or a contribution to that debt, no, and as in paying off that debt, no, will be well informed about the progress. Even because say Uma amount for Nikra Huna say Abia or Mokra and I say pay. Do na dream say okay. If we cry na yitia 1 CD no, a betche said in fee in Numana say fee me in San Eba Bitua. And the ammonia and the bear 2 cities mine a yen free hop record. There are things that it's all about leadership, transparency, and a strategy or more edibigwakwem. When yama me who sa levy no a yedia fa petrol no home and as yedia coco fa petrol no they say as a strategy they say almost of Kwame when a kwako say energy sector debt no finance minister no empesa Ghana for nkwa fast akan. Because usually you care about levies and not say be a taxa. You target timemu for no, citizens no. But well, on our dear cocofano, me my dream no. I think say it yena yebabitia kano we go beyond Ghana because Oshe Ghana send yeti samria ye wo amount for our mo a free a bionipa free Niger, Burkina Faso, Ivory Coast, no Nigeria. The other West African countries are members are or more Ghana with or more vehicles, trucks, cars, and all that. Almost over buying ama yet chiasa kano because trucks are more for Ghana ne articulators ne sa cars are more for Ghana, Eco Nigeria, Benin, Togo near Infano. I think say almost somehow no on contribute to the levy. No. Inti a strategic in a sense is and ye Ghana for nkwa na eba bitu asa aka no. Inti Ebi na ebi mate sɛ na ebi mo so kan na petrol driver ni your mom soro hɔ ne and all that. Yes, it's a good call. But currently, no, if this levy and as a year sa levy na, it's a other West African countries are more efa Ghana. If you harbor, Ukraine harbor, even for Niger, eba be clear nema from Ghana harbor. Or bar or the car eba. On some cars here kesi. Okokoto be say it's 100 liters and now say 200 liters. Say we contribute ama ye ba bitua sa energy sector debt no. Inti a levy be I think say a strategic in a sense is a the scope of coverage, is not only within Ghana. Can say about 20% to crab free other West African as a neighboring countries are or mobile businesses or Ghana. And I wish Ghana hono crab within Ghana and Krana. The companies. Abroad we be or how says your tax waivers. Your companies need be crana separating within the free zones and as a BBSA. They are not paying their tax in Nema, but companies in so use cars. Cars, procure petrol, fuel, diesel, petrol, any Nema, machines be bria or more the power or production in no. They run on fuel and all that. And it somehow no almost so ever and when I acquire Bibia, I think say Nipekume bina ebia, they will be exempted directly. And I said they will be paying it indirectly, but also the direct payers now. Say no percentage no so far. I think say it's a strategic move by now. And we cannot say in America the debt has been growing. And Minjindi say Obama Sui would want to tolerate the growth of this energy sector debt, because if you have a moment to anticipate the consequences if the growth escalates and as it gets out of hand, if you are going to import energy from outside, and if you take a moment and you can forecast the consequences when it escalates now, you will be currently willing to deal with the growth. And I say, yebe kon etia the growth no. And be say ye tia buying a take strategic means or the be raise revenue. Now ye did you free ho. It is if we understand the consequences of the escalating growth now, I don't think say we should be complaining. Some are putting partisan politics into it, but let's be fair to ourselves. Abina Babetukan, and it, unfortunately, and that's the ironical thing, and they say, a kana babeda hono, and ya ben winner accurate you. Abina no war hono no, onimsek debt, then Americans say it's a growing energy sector debt. A nini, na ban obetina sun fiyen watwe. When tibi into an amwani bibia and kase, or the trap, a nini no so, and now or ye bibiati a canaso. A canning na nini. It is all you're gonna nina say a buying a bag. Now say there be a kaya that way a niko ya, and she had that chair behind ya, and also ye day. Ye be found na ye de tit so. We dear Minjin say as Ambonia, gonna need beer or tears ye nim. So I did bebre and say ye shena say a kay ever brew ye swa. Ubebo who was say a bang a baba ye be bonny beer na say or de bibiaba yenti bida. And let's be considerate, let's be fair to ourselves, let's look at the positive side of it. And I make maybe I haven't even heard it from anywhere, but in my own thinking, no, I think that it's a strategic move by now. In the sense is a Ghana for is not only limited to Ghana for say it just hakano. Because social be omodia fana consumers is not limited to Ghana. It goes beyond the region of Ghana. Maybe abaso say at least we're 2 more so so EBB to cut down the growth. But money so and accountability. One more now, the managers of that sector, that energy sector, buy benefits, they've enjoyed all the goodies. But we Juma, Juma, Sebra, Juma. You was expected to be productive. You should bring results. Now, so we found now kono wajaka atuho, and nothing shows to say you've function as a human being, you've applied any expertise and as any skills or any wisdom to your role now we play now, then we should pull you back and question you. In your manner, you no resources now the no. A danger man now the ye buy me who you may be out the into fire their brain. If they need to get them to pay back all the goodies, the salaries, the benefits, and all the things that came with now. At least that would about Ghana for because we should do one answer more kana. Yes, see, be more in charge into then there's the perceptions that even people who are placed there to prudently run and manage the sector no, because they are just enjoying and they are not victims of the mismanagement in it, they don't care. And or no consumer and if government can also hold people accountable, you need because you swear it's what the can terms of small man for, and you are not going to destroy them. And if you destroy them now, you should be held accountable. And also the idea are things that the public should call for, because we see it's growing. When a man in here, what are their inputs? If they don't have any inputs now, why were they put there? Oh, it's a Dudwanano would always make their personally. I know that it was 8 years of mismanagement under Ikufuado, because we see more cannons within the 8 years, the energy sector debt, anything are being by. And why should it be like that? Because they are not no money. Esla now they buy ne purpose. Ni set it up. Esla say ye be cut it down the growth to no. O buy one fa anye sa de man. And I would hear any ma for. Also untimi bu nyema na o de koye no. Untimi bu ho akonta. And I can it's all go to accountable. They should hold them responsible. And I think the public should call to a more and standing up against a buying say hold the amount for accountable or more contribute to the debt and the growth of the debt about this 1 Ghana 1 liter 1 Ghana levy in the I think that it's strategic enough and is not going to be the burden of the Ghanaian alone.
It's not going to be the burden of Ghanaians alone. Now, bosom for a problem I want to say, and Crawford almost shem ramayini. So, young Costre or more, normal, yes, they are coming to save other Ghana. Into Baba said, you don't lord yourself over the people because I still watching. Now, Mama, now your friend is saying, Mono, the road are to V8 Casa a consume more. Yasama was certain privilege be a no, 1 year petrol no qua. Enti, woman so a bus me here medical service and I say, yeah, I'm not going to call MPO and now honorable be. Emergency services for no, they are there. And he said, one no, you who almost for so piano. Woman so one more abuse, one more privileges, a woman. Not say a watch, yanti one more dear so. Na yen fan call finance, one more essential, one more here, one more in necessity, emergency no. Yan fan finance woman. Now, fe the bema public transportation above from. Na yenya say friend is saying V8 way yes I etua wo mo ayi ma wo mo no mo koyishamra sebe e favor wo mo instead of young population
of Kwame we dey was for me person can be some question me no be
busa no ma ya busa no ma busa no
already
I'm say me pe ayi quality be me no na me say me sra wa na chire mu na me so mitimi ase sɛnea wo nsɛm wobɔ wo nkɔmmɔ deɛ ayɛ me dɛ paa m'ani agye nti mɛsa madwene a mepɛ sɛ wokyerɛ me ɛyi tam a ndc ɛrekɔ no ɔmo firi abɛn no 2016 no na watwerɛ ato na ɛyi wonim ɛka a ɔmo gyaa no hɔ ɛfa saa energy sector no sɛ na ɛka bi wɔ hɔ wonim ka no atwo ama
minim ɛka no dabi
no problem
but betimi sɛ google wɔ hɔ deɛ wokɔ so a wobɛtumi anya information
na ɛyi Spanish for so beku ayi fo na ɛyi so another question meka sɛ mess anasɛ mahama mo de introduce energy sector levy bi sɛ ɛno wobɛkaeɛ ne stabilization fund bi saa no ɛno no ɛberɛ ɔmo ɛfiri abɛn mu no na sika sɛn na ɛda hɔ na ɛbɛsi nnɛ no sika sɛn na ɛbɛtom no anasɛ wode memfa no sɛ ɔmode saa levy no baeɛ no ɛyɛ Ghana yɛ energy sector no ka no sɛn na ɛpia firi so ɛmae ɛna my last question ka ne nyinaa bom my last question ɛdeɛ nti na yɛhia sika sɛ yɛde bɛyɛ energy sector na tax no bi wɔ hɔ na yɛsɛ yɛyi te sɛ yi levy mu firi hɔ na yɛde wei ba ɛdeɛ nti because ɛhɔ no nso mente aseɛ
yɛwɛm sɛ ɛyɛ very good question a wɔbisa ɛsiane sɛ yɛnim baabi a yɛfiri ba a ɛnti hu baabi a yɛrekɔ ɛnti sɛnea wɔbisa no ɛmu sɛ dodoɔ no so ɛpɛ saa information no ɛdeɛ google adaroma say in 2016 Ghana's energy sector debt that will be say a cano senana a yansana NDC if abemo in 2016 no 2.5 billion 2016 no na my measure said 2000 okay and the year can say as at the end of March 2005, a can year $3.1 billion US. Free 2016, EBP 2005. So 9 years no. Now the can say 8 years no. Every 2.5 billion. Ababi see 3.1 billion. Into Bisaya na you would have expected say it be a catch factors in Nema in Fango Buone we but one more consuming no so no almost ye two more bill ni me and fa any justification say bia Fango Buana say cost of production a costro enti na adia wo ye Nema yenti ase ne say una wo run business okokoto ana okokufri eba beton a se wo nton na ebo a o de ba kokoboka na wuntimi nkutua woka yeah enti enno kra no yemfa enye excuse enti ubisa ya na from 2016 ebepem end of March 2025 no na usha na say e kano e bia ba beka ho so ntie anti about 600 million and ababeka ho ena o sabisa say e de nti na ye levy ni other taxes ni levies bia na e wo ho ene ye di we ababeka ho I'm say ni wo ho no nse na meka no we ni eye petrol eye fuel omodi afa fuel obi a consume fuel bia no wona obuama ya tesa aka ne so but 11 no eno no inim se oye ohia ni se en crime mre bia na ye introduce 11 no economist guru a no wo man Ghana nim so ntiasie se obi ono ye bujabuja na se obi a oyo hia ni kwa transfer sika ma ni dofo bi ana o maami ana o papa na hosa ban ete no nti utimi hu se category no enye the same na ne ana wo ho no so no na mbwa timemfo na mbwa nti mtaban na hu ni se also mu yi na ni free ho na omudi we no eba nti aye ni kase lorry fare ya tete so na ye ka petrol no so na dodo na ni akwakosi se bia trotro drivers ni taxi drivers and our more de cars aye business ni kwa na top petrol na so mo consumers there be your factories na America no enye Ghana for ni kwa ko Ghana zisi ya samra menyo kase cars trucks every Burkina Faso no enye 1 gallon na 2 gallons na 10 gallons nsemo ofri Burkina Faso Niger Mali Obabesiako Ivory Coast and Nigeria na Benin ofa Ghana ofi any tank design pano obwa ema yeti ye kan so enti na make can say strategic in na sense say enye Ghana fo nko a eka ye ba benya ye ma etwe enwehia obi bia ofri Ghana ofri woman so ba Ghana wo yuzu kan nko ano obabwa ya ma yati ye de edum so kan so enti a different category we no ebwa timemfo no say 11 ne way nkwana na ka betting tax ne ibinuma na ekeka ho na eso embwa manfo no nti ofa bwedi nsuso bibre edem na we no na meka no we ni ye passing ni ana na wo ho no nti se Ghana fo benya abotre ti ase ahwe ne yi se petrol yi a ye kan no nipa obi wo ho a ofa bwedi ukọ Ghana Samri mobile money transfer transaction si akwakoye a basic service obi bia sebio wa otomo money kra no uye mobile transfer bo obi ono otomo money ewo ne kra se ebia ontu kwan konkran onko sunyani onko kumase lorry fare ontua ena on top petrol so emfa enhye ni fidie bi mo de generator mu ana se on top petrol but okokohwe a oye mobile money transfer enti so be bredem ne omo tie free ho no ena eyo hawa na da manfo so manfo mpe ena ma medical ka se economics bi ano wo Ghana kra ka se ehu hia ento aso se wo be taxi levy enti we ne ye adia insa omo target ibi na mabrobo so akire wo no target consumers no ewo ho omo ye den so betua ena nye Ghana for so nkwana ba betua enti a candidate obi start from 2016 bepim to 25 ibi aba beka ho in a sense say aban baye within that time frame no when timi antu na mo bia say o ye bibi ama ye de ateka no so ma ye ho ahehan bepim say ende aban foforo ye NDC aban aba ono so de sa na motu ya ba o de ba beti eka no so enti se ne wa ya magana fo nyina obi ani aba ho no no so ya de e o say ye timi bo aba na ba so say wo ye bibia ma atwe omanfo na adwene aba je obi sa Ghana ni bia say 1 liter 1 Ghana na eden abandi ba be ya uye abani opposition member untimi nkonkoda do bi say aban ba beji 1 liter 1 Ghana 1 liter edi akwakoye cake akoye kenke party anase wache party anase odi kwakwakosi cathedral ewo bole untimi ndado bia obi enim say
question mo bosonfo
obi enim say
busa
yeah of
onanusia na
yeah okay enti dem make say Ghana ni bia samre nim say dum so na ha manfo no eno ho sika na ye age edi ababe siano ndi manuesi
yo abosonfo ma kwaba na said ya wo nkomo ede se ndro ya na ewo me na meeting ewu a na kamadwen be me say ase NDC dey ase the first time omo ba ban mu ni na wo nkomo no so no maame te ase sɛ ɔmo bɛgya 2016 no na ɔmo de ka $2.5 billion ɔmo fa afiri he na after 8 years na ɔmo bɛdu 2.5 billion saa nkɔmmɔ no deɛ wamfa mma sɛ de back bɛtumi aboa nkɔmmɔ deɛ no paa.
Okay, maame nhwɛ na gye sɛ ndc ba 2008
saa pɛpɛpɛ 2009 ɔmo started 2009 7 January na ɛka no yɛ sɛn ɔmo bɛkɔ no so na yɛ sɛn sɛdeɛ woyɛ deɛ asɛ woyɛ abɔ mu asɛ
nti yɛmfa nkɔ 2009 anaasɛ 2008
Mesi nkɔmmɔdie no bɛyɛ if you want to be fair at least give us the fair amount of balance near who. How did we arrive at 2.5 billion at 2016?
Okay, 2009 now energy sector debt no $940 million.
It was the same account after 8 years.
And at time no a free so let's say or the 1.16 billion in the account.
So just supposed for 600 million, right?
Yeah.
So you just say this problem and you new to Mahama. It wasn't new, yeah. But I look as if say baso around. But that's a wide range and answer no. The rabbit me ba me de minchire mu ba why.
And also a very good, a very informative question out there. Enti me de ma no esi na obi ato aso fa kwa me da ase ne akwanya. Enti enti ye wa homa so ye wo so.
Ye bom se wo techi de ye because patron so kwasa ya ba. Kwabna ne free from him. Kwabna wo ha. Your friend saying
me say Bombardier maba.
Ayo, ampa ne ye to na udwane koye. Yo waba beto asoe. Na your friend say na ke test no a ye dey extra you know. Yan sankan. Itinaka obe publish ama ye ni anya ye fu se de mra no se. Okay, to aso na me mu se ma ye busy. Why?
Okay, they America say the ene reflective Thursday inti obetuma ko baby obese ko they can be say me can for Bank of Ghana and Bank of Ghana ye nyina central bank omo de abase year 2024 no omo boka 9.49 billion na ebise so wo hwe here say recently say losses na omo boy especially under Dr. Addison. So Dr. Addison Breso ena yeboka 2022 yeboka oboyeka 60 billion cedis. Na no be kai say ikobusa na okaje say Ghana Bank of Ghana answer this say make profit. And obisa say Nkrumah Bank of Ghana 1957 no one establish say ye make losses. And nothing no be kai ni nyina no so asem the one the docket ni so ye prepare nti obehwa 2024 on one and nessa was so yasaboka 9.9 billion 490 million cedis. So that's it. And no na mekaje say sika aban okono amane a wo de to Ghana so no be catch say Dr. Addison ye interview no or say Bank of Ghana no one of the responsibilities say o ma aban bisia but your threshold or so about aban bisia and the Fiscal Responsibility Act no. So that's it because all this getting na ma aban I Bank of Ghana timi iska ma central bank into uko Ghana commercial bank na uko pay loan a year unye bi private sector nye bi empanye productive work and employing ko more and na Akufo-Addo aban e share Bank of Ghana say almost because atam na 3 years na ye kan wasem no wo mutimi ntwe feedi no and na Addison so no on the blind side no or this can nyina koma Akufo-Addo aban Akufo-Addo aban interest ke ya o si wontua na mu yenkonkoka ye national debt no ho so that's it and na ekoye twemamntwe it is one who say we obi Ghana ni ne de wakɔhye so na Bank of Ghana independent na uma obi president ka je say first come na twes kana say first come me at the end of the day no Akufo-Addo hey ye fa no ko bebia adese wo na obe ofie ye nko Akufo-Addo fie wo ni ebe ofie etenne national security ehia bibi wo Bank of Ghana nko fa Akufo-Addo wo na ye di adwuma no ahye wo nsa so that's it enti no see can people are not able to connect the dots 2022 yaboka 60 billion adese ya 2024 9.49 billion and any loss of post operating loss e dey ben kwa na ye e dey ben kwa na ye 2024 so na ye dey ye to aba o 2024 ye to aba enti sika ye twa gumu e friend quantitative easy no omu twa sika gumu sika so na ye twa sika Dr. Addison ono so no wa say Ghana sika sa time na for 2006 to 2007 ye redomination no na ye senior researcher at Bank of Ghana and no catch a say only 4 zeros in prison. This man has been in Bank of Ghana for over 30 years. So that's it. Kokan wants the profile. Enti and yaboka last year can't say 2023 so now operation loss here 13 billion 230 million. 2022 60 million 2023 you ever say 13 million and now this year 2021 so 9 billion 82 billion and that is 82 billion operating loss and that is after the atofos mo buy na new one say Satan addis be kono no mo ye no on besenka finance no esa akwaji loan no declare sa aka na finance minister say masa yetim ko bobesia in the indiscretion of Bank of Ghana abra ye wo other critical sectors say ko ye clinics ne hospitals ne polyclinics o muhia mattress e bi hia oxygen ni sa no ma no it Bank of Ghana na anko hwehwe ekwan ya obefa so aye na ade saade we nyina wo ho ana Addison ya samai ko yisu 250 million 2.5 billion say the Kosi headquarters ade ya wa say Nkrumah Bank of Ghana yes seen in 1977 Nkrumah de onum nyansa obeka che say sa in building no it cannot resist earthquake and ebiem no new headquarters no munya and no na be mo maye efficient okay about 2-3 months ago you beka sa discussion was at least I believe say Abikai Bank of Ghana headquarters site 1957 yes and no the Addis is want me efficient or name of this a new headquarters no and obey efficient Yakobo 250 million and now you say 2022 60 billion or boy and because it's any new building intina or boss akano 2023 13 billion or boy and essence one call new building intina or boss akano 2024 and 9 billion. It just imagine says Akufo-Addo na MPP we need say ba omia ba ya akwaya na kwa better so you Bank of Ghana governor na ke kwa ti says ke we nyina wo ho 82 billion na ye we enie Bank of Ghana for anonymous man one kasa na eka the Bank of Ghana has recorded an operating loss of 9.49 billion in 2024 compared to an operating loss of 13.23 billion in 2023. 2022 so yes 60 billion. Just 3 years, 82 billion a year. 82 billion cedis. $8.2 billion na yeka ho asem no. Says can end also saying 3 billion ye kwagin wa IMF. Enti no so obi ka chem say sa aban we ya yetu no na odwene Ghana ho aye ya. Me say Addis na interview no. O ka the 60 billion by say Akufo-Addo no mu hia school feeding na we ya na kwaje ene kwafo say wo ye head na Addis na president ka say maskana wonu say fiscal responsibility act you don't have to go more than 5%. Now we first says Kalman wo kwaje so so fama ye fanka national debt. This is what we call financial loss to the state. We ukofana na say you ko ne FIC for Financial Intelligence Center any say the for na obi na adwene nya adwuma na o say okoye sitting. Then what do we talk about? Probity accountability and Ye koya yesi boy. Yanya so na ye diska. Ne obi so baso no so check balance so I say me check it. Me check it. Obi boy ka 60 billion 2022. 2023 9 billion, 2024 13 billion, nya kabom 82 billion. Yes yenja ni sa. Eh fan the constitution just say who be a CEO of a state owned institution na ultimi bo kabia na uko baby. Enti na when na comedies ni ekoni fie no. Ba kun so ekoni fie say all free Bank of Ghana was set cameras wo honom no o monitor wo mo. Ne nyina na ekotete why yes nyina. We actually na some da so ho ye ko fan say na say Ghana ni na ye di misika na ka ohia kidney ohia dialysis machine ya aban man to man on one na sabe man 56 no acquire the most etia aban also say aden na akwafa Addison and into Nkrumah can the third stanza of his speech in say we need change of minds and attitudes and some of because the black and capable of managing now want me why you nya e better na what man managing Dr. Addison na dwen it makase ye ko school no ye na edi ewiasa bo opie no a we uneducated that was we di o man biska doctor a whole doctor of philosophy in finance na ye busa say 60 billion no adentia or say ya set Bank of Ghana say make profit na ye certain say make losses na so obi ya kwaye me CEO of Cocoa Board ma kwaje besia 1.2 billion say dey ma Cocoa fe me di me so ya set Cocoa Board say make profit na eno na woko ke mu ode na ke mu ode so mu into Bank of Ghana no mo you and the reporter ogba kase to no to no we na ke America ka obu Senate Finance Committee for na ka wan kase kwa overdue so egu ho ye do free house wono ya tutu anoa ansa na Senate for so to power ansa na other relevant body be wo bia no committee na nya agro Senate wo bu se ne researchers wo na chi ye bombard with questions na wo hwe ade do say yes nya agro because any mistake be away no it is a cost to somebody we ewo ho wo person debate here you can change the facts but the figures in they won't change Bank of Ghana for na end the day
Bombardier
more.
Yeah, your last statement reminds me of, you all know Alan Greenspan.
Yeah.
Yes. After the financial crisis, they interviewed Alan Greenspan. Alan Greenspan, at some point, the man asked him, so do you think your stance at the time that government should not intervene to do this thing was a very stupid idea? That was the word they used. He said, yes, I agree. Alan Greenspan. In a part of the world, when you tell it as it is, they say you are insulting. Ojibo understands the context and what it means. Anyway, you see, this is why when MPP people, just 4 months after the thing, they are trying to criticize this government. It's so annoying because everything this people touch was a disaster. Ken Operator, hey. Governor of Bank of Ghana, hey. Road Minister, hey. I mean, what everything these people touch was a problem.
You see, that is why I am glad that of all the monitoring that I'm monitoring, the youth of Ghana said that they are going to resist anything that the MPP are going to say. Look, I said Mahama was the luckiest person because when he left 2016, now when you are a leader, 2016, that's when Ghanaians began to maximize the use of the social media, the Instagram.
By the way, I could see Kwabra on now. He's got a white beard.
He's got Kwabra. Yeah, of course we all have beard. He's a senior statesman. About the beard, is in our blood. He's a young man.
White beard, pa.
Yeah.
Akufo-Addo has turned him into a grown man overnight.
Brapeni. So in Tiabe, asama ida ho na ye na Ghana for mumyenye deduction yi. Man catch you say it's on record. Go and check the Ghana Revenue Authority. Akufo-Addo Abani, the government of the Fourth Republic, Umanya revenue sin ubia. Okay? Sa Energy Sector Act here, yekin. Obunsubu my fantastic figures or the buy. Makaya said one of the best bill NDC for pass or parliament, you know. ASI Energy Sector Levies Act, you know, 2015. No. Omo ba ye no, omo passing around November no. 1 month penna ye to abeti mama. Enti mama NDC you don't know able to utilize whatever income and revenue buy free yes I levies no. MPP mama can say Akufo-Addo na nyame na doma obeto so. The Energy Sector Levies Act 2015 was passed into law in 2015 mainly to address the huge debt burden and operational challenges facing state-owned enterprise in the energy sector. Nejuma no, ejuma vieno, but a levies, and you just one, a levies. Enti energy sector ni dimba so levy one of the levies here energy sector levy within the energy sector levies. Yenche sika Akufo-Addo timiji here. Waje levy on energy debt recovery levy, price stabilization and recovery levy, road fund levy. Enti of body tianom ne hu de ntia one cedi na enye hwe no. Jodi yiniba and why enjoy you 2015 November now the buy na ye pass one of the last act na December 17 ye to abeti ano and no free so January 7th and Akufo-Addo be hande ye. Waje price stabilization, me say price stabilization the when you ho pa enti na mebo ho bi no for body dia and recovery levy. 2 number 3 road fund levy. Energy fund levy na ankasa and no ankasa so public lighting levy. Say the bay street lighting this no. National electrification scheme levy say the electricity ebeko baby electricity the any hono. Na sa et one year on the prices of petrol, diesel, fuel oil, kerosene, LPG as well as electricity. The proceeds from the imposition of the levies are to be used to pay off the huge debt in the energy sector. Mikajo says Akufo-Addo 8 years no. From 2017 ABC 2025 and say komutia omu use energy sector levies no edi defray e cost na dia sika ka can do 5 million and can do 5 million and no na IMF no ne pare ba IMF ka say sa 3 billion mo beji so mo betumi atwa e dey some increase revenue it will be kaya last year kwano abanu etu electricity tariff about 3 or 4 times. Almost now we are almost at the recovery, 100% recovery. So in a friend peak, no public utility, whatever a regulatory whatever no. You too musa. Why just get winning? And also then Chenya. Apart from energy sector levies, one the number of levies a woman. And also if you want to look at the levies and now tax Akufo-Addo Abani enjoy. Or enjoy eno ekrano of a year a jechum cry at echo restaurant with the ne receipt the man on net some of the taxes was so share a list of taxes introduced under Akufo-Addo's government. 1 Penalty and Interest Waiver Act levy. Eno COVID-19 a levy. Ye chemu crosses land on one say fellow Ghanaians COVID in be based on the World Health Organization community Barcelona and yet the obitum what ya Financial Sector Recovery Levy Act 2021 Energy Sector Levy Amendment Act 2021 ye mahaman so amending bi no and ye on dinka amend ye na nado na dinka amend original Energy Sector Levy Act of 2015. This amendment has added 2 additional sections, 5A and 5B. 5A entails 2021 some make an new levy Akufo-Addo amend or sabeji. Wa amend no apart from original one or said if you have account. 5A entails the imposition of an energy sector recovery light of 20 pesos per liter of petrol and diesel and 18 pesos per kilogram on liquefied petroleum gas, while 5B entails the imposition of a sanitation and pollution levy of 10 pesos per liter of petrol and diesel respectively. That's kind of call. Yeah, baby. Sister Dapao no. Yet you petrol be obetobia no per liter of petrol near side you 10 pesos for sanitation and pollution. Na sanitation yatimudi. Sister Dapao say Accra no hey a clean citizen obia. Or tinted glass we see from and I could on the and Crampon so man and he say, oh, I'll make Accra the cleanest city. Waji a ye 10 cities 10 percent beer where you say you got a sanitation police 1 year. Income Tax Amendment Act 2021. So that's it. Income Tax Amendment 2021. Waji and son a ye levy nangasa by electronic transaction. This is a 1% levy on electrical transactions above 100 cedis, which was passed in 2022. Ahead of this revised rate, government had imposed a 1.5% charge on all electronic transactions. And after 1% now would be above 100 na year no. Any other electronic transactions beyond which are 1.5. New income tax for companies involved in lottery, betting, and gains of chance. And you see a 20%. Withholding tax on winnings from betting, lottery, and gains of chance. And you see a 10%. So that's it. And sana a year, I can say, changes in motor vehicle benefit for employees. Employees who receive motor vehicle benefits will see an increase in the taxable cap. The 600 cedis cap is now 1,500 cedis. The 500 cedis cap is now 1,250. And the 250 cap is now 625. And to say, okay, so revenue, boom, energies, na plus other, almost better than 19 taxes. No, Papa, we are giving you no, Mahama Baya, while abolishing most of the taxes, I was like a emission tax. I can say withholding tax, I can say betting this annual money every year. No, this no 3.1 billion energy sector, my energy bill net that one of a chumba or sister said they would generate no Obecas and Apo Hopana, you do Kania. But na this MP for Obuisu, a synonym or euphemism of doom so. Omunka a blackout or Omuisu intermitted the power outages. This is the English and not MP for UCT. Obiti, and you do so that's an oka. And they said the loan or no friend credit. No, it is a wound share economics in finance. You don't know what credit is, but Obianim loan. It's a idea non cabinet and almost you use this West and anything euphemism. So because a prostitution, a prostitution will be in prostitution, and I shall only a thermometer. Lemoka. The Asian professional or be our because a position some no can. It's your West be you another way they can a mellow the intensity of that word in an original meaning. So that's it. And to be or yet logical analysis, analytical analysis, no logical reasoning, Won't mean catch him say 1 CBN about Diabano, and you're more damaging saying that these 20 taxes are mabodino.
Bombardier, let me be a question.
Ain't you know?
Let me be a question.
Abusa.
I mean, just real quick. Yeah, the organic numbers. If I'm summarizing the organic, at the end of the day, and it's the previous administration by an budget chow. It is a way no more, but within 4 or 6 months, we should just be quiet and just pay. That's what you're trying to say.
You don't have to be quiet.
Meanwhile, they are not paying. Meanwhile, they are not paying that 1 city. But it's okay for the rest of the Ghanaians to pay. It's anything as the previous administration, it is okay to just start with the 1 city for now. I just want to make sure we understand you.
Enra Ejachum a key statement. Say, and yes, and was a repeat. And no, na me become was some and then, or say, and yet tax are buying Giano and a bonnet. A judge ascensus got the same thing. Said, a dear year revenue income dear, and they are buying or the tax in a year in the Juma. but we can look at which other sectors are omit me involved. And this is another angle, and nothing your amendments one. This is another angle, a jachum dear say, and your bonus tax name no, Bianca 275 MPs for no. Omuji free, free accommodation, omunentre electricity bill, omunentre water bill. Yes, someone would wrote a allowance at a machine the mom, any entertainment a union at the mom no. Kasako for with 275 MPs no. Senka Bianca petrol the more MP even say 5 gallons are and a kayede one city eka hodia can also be wapa. Acquires affordable head can make some senators ne or pass here no or one omo you move him. Obie Senator be House of Representatives be or America be or Johnny Obama. They know what is what's inside. What's on one kind? Anti sa a year be government bit marker say CCNDA or the one more marketing in can any including Article 71 office holders in your income. Because problem my way revenue say one more mutual each year. But people have been saying say we should expand the day. Almost a word and say a frame say we should cast the net wider because you will need 30 million and a Ghana. Now 1 million each year. Our brother say you did 3 million become one. Say 1 million no be a year tax of 10 cities by average a cost no. So the 2 million become one. If more, less is divided, and if less, more is divided. Instead of say $10 and 1 million bitch, and this is will be able to 2 million bitch to $2. Now amount from why they and what on. But the leaders in the Todebia, they have the mind in narrow-minded when it's going to affect the people, no. But at the end of say what will be no baby. That is why we continue to talk about Nkrumah and after Nkrumah ye kakakra by IK a champion. Even though no way military janta no. Omne na selfless. Nkrumah dwene o man ho ese ono anka se ne bibidie mu. O man ho ton na onidi. Ben na ne de nkofo no pelifo no na edi nam no nyina. Enti eye good. Say you betimi if there's a way you betima catch mama say at one city no band eye but the same people na na betwia. Ye include mu enka ho. Say de mama care na say Ghana Medical transfer now obia say in 6 months salary medieval no ade when so no petrol na tax no energy a year ye de be is about petrol there and the 275 MPs no obia kwaji ne gallon wonya ko ayiwa state
Bombardier what is Bama case?
Ghana Medical trust fund.
So is it in operation?
Yes, it's in operation.
When
you're going to take off a chronic disease like diabetes and those kind of things, no? Yeah, and then later you can read about it. But just I say what the Ghana Medical Care no, what the Hawaiian Mama Care. That's just by the way. Ain't Papa any nyanom say you show one CD now. Na say me what 2017. Aku for the taxes when na swawo. Now there was only the war accept ye and that's na na bank for ba na wabeji sa de so nyina say oh sa no me nyina na mum no one city depended ba no ka just ban we e wicked dia. It's not about say aku for the do but sa de no is going to be cater for a specific. Let me say hey say come MP before me can endwa come jama Mahama Ajisai because I don't see any other thing on the NDC and name them because they say the youth no because Akufo-Addo now must say MPP attractive no so who follow the youth no mo na to abaka say na Akufo-Addo and it also no Mahama ba o me be ka sit no say mo say mo fa ne nsam nso cause wo na wo yi levie ye ka ho asem kra no eto de bia Mahama ba o me ka say no kwa on preso but ono other way no enti na friend ba liar no ono say come na Akufo-Addo kra person do 20 cedis no ono kwa the case on fa price no kwa I'm just using a figure ono take so but at the end of the day no or say ye nto abama na ansa na yi levy na free ho enti na say MPP me mo MPP platform almost Akufo-Addo single na ma o mo ilusu abano senka ombe lusu na ade ne den ato na ombe lusu back sa gab na nka enko sa akufo de omko 38.2 no the lowest ebia in the four Republican and a major party enya komo nko sa say you were one MP one constituency yisi enya enya declare obeka sa Central Fini a year more Otirigi 4 years no money MP. Nenso majority leader fan koto bill be say oh miniano ye can be say no representation, no taxation. Because an MP represents a group of people or Ghana. You cannot be a person living in Ghana who need MP because MP na will representative. Sir for 4 years. Oh man, adentia Jemensa adia bechi aye koto MP and also Monto. Nemo Momba to presidential and presidential and then the whole country nyani kabum. 4 years. So says our constituency say North one after the Obana MPP we need a proposal where we need the end of parliament. So where we need
one question.
And this also
yeah, I thought there be an fairness in maybe certain questions be not necessary. Say me train when I am get na sa act no e say Bank of Ghana bit me agbaba mbesia 5% pe no omo de penalty bi kan ho ana say wa 1 year sa na den de be yo anu so firi ho a nanado so by no 2017 obe yi tax bi kwacho Google no kura de obetumi abobo e no so a kire yen tax dodo say no yi ye na they were meant for what? Let us see.
You may answer first one. Physical Responsibility Act in the day. And no, I don't think say bia your punishment bia ewo home and I say bibisa. Maybe there is, but the thing say abana ono what is a act in the buy no ono na ye dependents are plenty. So that's it. It will share finance minister no or read the budget or say Fiscal Responsibility Act in 5%. And na dear all she say ye money this one. On also see a governor because say onye say intino on ya the obe punish no panenko. E this abana ka say bia governor no ye do be ko baby akodi wasem say Financial Act. Enti o say me ko kan na me hu Fiscal Responsibility Act no say bia me ka say wi a na Google Adawuma said you can obuzuko no Michael Kwahwe say if there is a specific punishment that yedema why a governor no ana abana mu or say who cause two people the governor and the aban omu nyina na ehihye sa physical unity e basa na obi buso a e de na e de ye aban and now what individual na ye say de ye de ne ko and second question na we busa about second question the taxes, yes.
Taxes are yeah. 2017.
Me yeah, man. Me who MPP taxes are almost so beclare MPP tax. Our more abolish here. Aha.
Okay.
Okay, we dey remember.
But by the
because master meaning casting we but me say we the
yeah run up and you never say baby
me the baby say auntie no we the mami we basem ni we na say dia busofo ye no ma kwhwehwe na me dia to na
you
me di manu be we no me dia me say me tete here Ghana for enyina and most of them ka say once the enya de e ha adwen nemo commercial drivers no mo ka say ba mo say mechanic baby so say one hwe o me call abse demonstration meaning say this week and say next week we say a year this is a commercial transport a year mo no I can say cedi $1 to 17 cedis no it affected the purchasing power of the city and you need more cities to even buy anything and then about 10 cities. Let's just say, since the purchase power of the city na akoso. ɛna mo a yɛ hu sɛ noma ɛkɔ fam noma tete sɛ na mo ne aban tripartite committee of transportation ministry of transport government ne ɛyɛ protoa ne GPRT ne sɛ nyina mo kɔgye tum sɛ deɛ ɛnoma bɔ fam te no sese kora deɛ nkɔfoforo car kora senkane no ɛna afei de mo akɔgye atum now once the ɛde ato so na they don't want to sacrifice because the CD no akɔ fam a strengthening no sɛ ɛyɛ commercial transport for no so mo yɛ ɔmo adwo kwa sɛ ɔmo tum a ɛte sɛ deɛ na ɛwɔ na ɛnya de is nothing going to change ɛte sɛ deɛ ɛwɔ na because yɛmfa sɛ na yɛ transportation 17 cities ɛna sɛ no about 10 cities ɛna sɛ ɔmo sɛ ɔmo nte aseɛ ɔmo tum a ɔmo ntum mbro 17 cities no and ɔmo tum crop 17 cities the people are already used to that level no because for 7 years in the and one no mutim. That is how important say a city appreciate that some of the positive will be no. And little because say even by say city in this strength, it has wiped about 160 billion of our debt in the country. So because now I buy only 70 cities say okocha something in Dallas, I carry $1. But then only just 10 cities to pay the same $1 now or this account. Plus or minus interest rate be a war. So ain't let us look at this. We must sacrifice. But the only thing I will add, I'll agree with Ejechum, say we should add one more top, the big guys, one more I can say, upper class one, and some of the middle class now, young form can woman leadership, young form rope say, oh, your mom free gallon. I said, free, they say free. Niggas, 285 MPs. Say, more representing one, the leadership by example. Yenti mima obi kopi petrol na kerosene enfa nkogo na I can say a hurricane lamp mu obi nkoto gas na mo amoto no so a mo ye representative no mo show leadership ya nti yesre mo sese na wokọ Ghana na station so ko fele na ye ma we ya na eja won so ye beti free wa ketwe mu then it is broadening our revenue na beka ho. That's the angular me pese ye de ka saa no ho eno ebitima boa eno ye a MPBA or dwen Ghana ho because ka we kra nya se ejetum kra no so de bo na nka MPs for na nka ne ye anko so mo dweno but omo obie no okofo o sponsor bill se kwasa bills nkwa na omo di ekire yes na chief wave ne whatever wave no mo kun ko bi beti say na sisi ye di ban once ye di ban ye di yesu ye ko gi gallon no petrol ni diesel ye nya bibi kura okuma so kwa ne de ko but akranso okọ free eyinti no okodi muti okura ho ejuso eti edomo ka ho a ebetuma boa ama saa eka na yebese yin ko sese ma ama se quarterly bia no obeme yehu sika yaje a sika omudi etiso eti mi nsem de mi se when this the one thing na MP produce menye NDC because obi a hwe yabodin yese 3.1 billion yen hwe de omudi bekoye say ye just schedule the koto petrol no egu thermal plant mu ne diesel plant koto gas we are sila no dum so no beba dia what are they going to say eno na ye pile ni nyina na pede amanfo no sa U10 ba o so dia and there's no mercy for the cripple me that's it
yo
why never Alexa na Becky na why abi
and then in casa e mum de
Kenny officially bra any na nwa no hwe Spain France na
omo bobo no me hwe bi so akwa me ofie so
Spain na share France 5-1 satam kwa na ofobode ni ebre kwa na 2-0 and this is Spain lucky mo Nico mo abubagu
Mama Barcelona ni yaje Ballon d'Or yaja Mbappe.
Yamara abotu. O say ko we dey nka this year dey Salah year. O man for Salah. O ntumi pa we ngwan hwe. Mbappe so bo penalty. Nti mama kazi ye nyambo ye African yini nwie ye. Ko Salah this year dey cause assist no mo hwe goals nko because Salah sa ni 21 assist virtual ka goal man no o ma obi dia hye dia. Mbappe won ma assist. Ono aso o hye goal.
Liverpool ni no ana Liverpool ni
na make Mohamed Salah Ozo mo no
And
say
so,
ye rank here.
who has to still be not a what demand charge as a was to stay quiet. Tinandia, born on
Oh,
Saturday.
your cast is there. Your cast is in this so was in my nipa share. And yes, be a wo pa.
Hey,
And I make a Mrs.
na
So,
ya
all the man as a what demand can come for to be a man.
ye genga ho na afi de akoy
No pa kwa
Barcelona
me nye nkwa na ye ka
ye pa
wase.
to
Enye Ghana nwasem nkwa na ye ba ha. Ye ka bibia just by the
David
way.
Papa,
David
now,
se
there
mo
must
mo
be there that
no
for man.
Ene ye
ene wo dwane
ene
yen wo dwane yes yenim se me dem
ena
nim se
enkofo
wani
da
da
so
ho
ka
na wo
wase di wase. Ha.
Over my Johnny said, then about me, Johnny.
tobo asine tie Petro ba ha be kyerɛkyerɛ yen saa no Ghana dunso no a asɛm no abno kyerɛkyerɛ mu yate ate sɛ saa one Ghana no a de ba no any dia government or first stakeholders say this is the way we put one Ghana to
Of our network, and you got a macama.
and almost ma see I won't think again.
Baby, I
That
want
is saying
to see the Yakakra.
you the woman say and then person may have Petron or Becca. But me sa can be and they say Petron ye has ya no betri mu say one Ghana no omude two fuel so no the yami atiase ni say omu nyini say government no president no one stakeholders echo meeting be ma omu a debate on the issue and now they one Ghana no buy because anything DRTP for so many EBNM still almost the prices back down. Name a carry the one a be one for the energy producers no. Now energy producers no omo kano and intina we impose that one Ghana no. Said the beya a betty cano so to say a cano meet me a clear. So na sisia womo ente so a kania no dum no say a womo strategy energy providers no me the mimi conclusion no say a womo strategy say beya won beya ne kacho Africa cho sa ema ama population say womo in clay conclusion no enti once me feel say once a mama na memue won see what eyi otawo no aye we no enkyere say wo competence so obetumi ru Ghana ye said the epe no because na say ya wo dollar boa ema ya ti fuel to microphone so hwe say the be ya of ebe for Ghana one side we akonum na accord this from na mumra na chirichiri because amemu amu no ayariro ndimo emu say the right amount
Why ni wanya picture no man it was why you need to just see the Alex Bekawa and they reflected Thursday it doesn't necessarily say the yakatu na bekebi wa kasa de opesa obodwa no wo betba abeka
that be me pato wo ye tini wo ha no mo a osopo no ibeda ha no eni won ka dinka kenche
won't be important say won ka wa and that's what man beka na de o ye na ekwu ni
see me go to the make me pacho. What? No, I eat you. Bring me. Hey, sir. Give a bring who play no. Yantu sa bring my toka bamaso.
I don't care so far.
Etio, kakra also the better swama.
The better with us of a Uja Casa, Okasa, and say, you know, Namate was a Nusuna, the intimidasi.
Okay, so what did that means me that's it.
Your woman say, Mrs. Name Kabi say, I want to for radio Hanwa, and yeah, MPP propaganda radio. As them we are, okay, you know. The Avenue Markins, big parliament, can and ra, nothing can. And yet, democracy na ye practice and get send ko bi chino bono because obia wakoya juma wo ECG board so board chairman now who wrote one initiative any process bia or the be correct side no but now you are calling for president ya na sa amanya wadi 4 months say onumum ena enye sade no na say wanye sade no dia no the $1 1 cedi true ayini so a eche so no mum na ope so chere so owia Ghana for meanwhile no oko jamo your friend say Esla Esla no e ka no wo ho e ka nya NDC aban de ba e kofo bresu nyina from 2006 na e ka no hyase omode ye ka nyina che ye nyina no still na ECG de ka from 2006 ba no a enti na enyini e na president Mahama ne na ban no hunu say ene ade so omo ye ne say omo mfa etuo bi a ye de be eyeden ye de be kiosk aka no yitua ne nkakra say bi duru ba bi no sa aka ne be bi ho mobile ya ka no mantu ya mo de akoje akusi awowa age saade no enti e obi ane o kasa na on kasa de we eno na ye root cause. There is no any root cause in this guy. Root cause work away mu nyina ne say akofo ado baaye no Esla no a na ye de atoko senka ye mfantua sa aka no ono no o de akoje bosin adi enti obi o kasa azemi bi no oja ho no say yes losses will be over but there's no any losses. The only loss on this aban no be na yes for to no ya bo ato was say ye mfantua sa aka no aban na di the only problem akofo ado aban no
yes aban den aban den
okay Oba kwa me mete ola no munyo so akorate na o kasa e mai mesro
see who confirm say aban na di e na mi busa say woni nko aban da no wadi a mo de so di mi busa say woni nko
oh so obianka so ninko he say ya de aye solution na ye de be solve problem na yepe. It is not about taking money from anybody because nobody, no single Ghanaian, will 2.3 billion. I will bet you am I. So what this kind of crowd you bet him the iron and say didn't to prison. Name moment here and say the solution we need in say quite best never fire be my light no aye on for Ghanaians. And this will be a decrano quiet didn't be fast so there and no in process and no yem for the pantum now they need to my no for sikamba eti ade a ye hia
master ye free BB property so what do you mind sika ye hwehwe kwane a ye be recover sika no enti woni ma kra yetumi bone ocean wo property bi a ni nyina yetumi about
over I don't know there you there wo kan ya sa ma wo kan obi a ya we everybody knows it but you can't say see ya ye gina mi so wo ko ji sika fra kufu ado ho ofori ata ho e de aba be yes problem na ye na sumu na ono no say okay obetua ne next 5 years a wo ana na japade no wo he na wo koton when na wo Ghana
yetumi ton data back
over kwa me wo say ye ka se ma wo hu asan na ye ka ne de tia ye frɛ ha adwen kase ne say there are some things be a wo uko school now ye matured a ye almost say mono de ye man kwala drodro nkonwa bi no mono amanyine no ye mamon drodro bi o mono mo twam ho So it is a yedin komobi or there are some bases be one get what be my yen can want that doesn't mean say free because you come home. So I think we are okay no. And yet conversation who hears a breed. Ye kase. Adia me
Saa.
come one me say. Azia me come one me say. Sabre no aye di dan komo we no. Solution na Ghana by no tissue fee say ebeboa in the short possible time. Yet to me enyan kanea. Ewo Ghana da bia ye be free dum som no ene say ye be nya sika bia ye de be socket ye energy sector no because e ho no kada ho a ye tua ti ye tua ta aka ne bia sika na aka no entimi mfa enye de engenerate power ma yen enti no ye nya bibi we mfa socket kakra na MY in fact light petrol no fuel no na ne bo no wo soro ena so ate abafom soro ati ye no sika na edeka ho no te la bo no nkoduru ba bia na e wodada no tama na ne bo ye bia 50 no na ye tua sisi ya sa aba 40 na ye the one ka ho ma na ye 41 now. Why are we crying? Until we no this a solution just a friend is saying emergency solution na obi atrans na o ka say o president no ni
Musa already question back. What can't be
so yeah no banti ma one fana no sequent bi na
mo ka say aban no ni stakeholders bi enhia oni obi enhia tio ye ma so be ye president a nipa wo free say wo no omuhia okay no omo no omuhia enti no presidency ho no ye nkrofo ye twi omo ka wo ho enti there's no need to say the biano bibia wo de beto abonten na yanka say ya san ka say aba ne peka sado do nti aba no ba abonten ofri abo ni fie ho ba or the solution na but this is the solution now so bi wo krom no wo nyansa chen sa opo on fa sa ade no mra president bitima revoke sa solution no de aba na say oh bia kan solution bi say na de no ba no mu mbebo a chen ye de aba no sa na me hu say me ba obi abeje pesin a me de masem ehia me na brew na me de masem no ba na wo no wo ni sika na wo solution fofora utimi de kire me so oh sika de me ni bi nemmom me wade we say de Peter kan ye say ye no sika na dwete de ye ni bi nemmom already Yesu ki din mu ntino nyankwa so wo ana ohun sa no ma wani nte so wo entinu these are some of the things aban ni hunu say sa ka na ada kwa che no sa aban ba ko ni yusu sika no a na anase your friend saying levy no ana da ho no edi ye sa adwumadi no poten no kata brinka ye ni sa problem we mu iso obi ba na obeka say losses bi wo ba bi eno na ama energy sector ho problem there is no any losses from anywhere yes aban no aban dada no o yusu sika no de ye de o person de ye na hwe an happen to or no at that time no sa aban no obeka check
me pa cho sa aban sa dawson the branches the doors
yeah
Argentina problem no wo ho no delegate a ministry wo mo ye in charge the whole government accountable no wo mo mo nye
o se mente wasem na so o so oye den ya
it just buying the branch doors so ebi hwe ayi order so ebi hwe we so Argentina wo mo e wo se wo mo hold previous government na accountable and no one delegate wo mo nye adwuma no
na of wo ada na no ye ti won tumi wo hu ana wo mo na titi mo adisika eti binum gusu ye ho na energy sector so ka ba no so eze obi ye hu adwuma na ye zi eno so de ebetima solve sa problem na say ye de levy beto so na ye tua over na wada na ye ti won tumi okro ma no ana office e hwe na ekote no
na
kwabra dubu ahena ye te no kwabra dubu ahena ye te no me dodge den me no je fi
offer the question why okay
la no mo ye ti ja no ma obi an la no mo ye mi sa the question
okay right minua binwa me tie ukasa na kakra but first of all me no nyadre me no why I'm saying this one when you say yen Ghana and the governance, we are not governing ourselves well. There are a lot of leakages, waste, maybe, yeah, you need to stop here. One, I buy you see, 1 liter beer, I bet you 1 cedi near the church. Abandoned, said I best stop, doom so beyond that is what the government have said. Doom something should not even come because one, young poor people are young ministers, young middle class. You're changing a prepaid. That's a contract. Maybe say that way we do mechanic piano. Me want more than 200, 300, 400 cities. What's the do mechanic be at 12 hours? That's number one. Yeah, about to be my answer. Who soon to be my answer? Why say me want scout me meet him? Why would you think say easy to no? I don't have any problem. Until that, and the leadership is not by force. When na cause stress, you for 2 minutes, now by ABC. You're the more real so. Mimi sika one, I will be beaten so. As you still want to be a contract, be met to Sika. It's also my point for me. Now, any solution in the say, look at liter of petrol at 1 cedi. At then, yet, you did 68 years of independence. Corruption, bad governance, Adoko Yang. Now, at the end, one way you so can do something, I am ministers. Ministry, government buildings, air conditioning, fire, so cry, and one fear, one kitchen cry, air conditioning, boho. And one consume, one taxpayers, and I make cry, make Tommy prepaid, Diana. There is a component percentage beer, and guess what will be providing street lights, which they don't do. One yo, because you won't be able to actually, I can't want to.
That's right.
You can't want to, you know it, and I know it, Mr. Ghana. Anna, I buy say, yes, cannot too. Yeah, said the bear do so much. Let me say, Sarcasm, and you do so, they say, because me and be prepaid. I didn't have a mina canina. And it's also a Medina fair, and that was your bone of the buia. Say, yeah, across board, we are closing the gap between the rich and the poor. Ministers, one car, one TV at cable, petrol, go, one side seat. They don't pay for it. I mean, taxpayer for other I'm a minister, CEO, etc. More. Why?
Of question, no, what is our question? No.
Because they didn't say, start tax, say, GPR to your, who's that buying should need public transportation. So, this is what trouble. Your buses, train, your number for a big Ghana. And your private natural from the 10th in 5 days up. Government, a business, civil servant will run down. And you know, a Haiti, why you can't offer a tie, any coup d'etat, crown. So, bad one want to transport today, I want to find the parkway, which a big Ghana, Guinea. And your individual, not walk on top petrol for it and what once in there. What's your woman called you? Nurses echo strike. You see, it will trigger because I am quasi and I'm still quasi Muhammad should be sensitive about that. Say, rather, one this country, ministers and what will pay, will see all the other. Filter so, Yadi Tiaka, what will see Yadi Tiaka. Why are they what will come here? Ordinary people are why? This is the problem. Because you're born from government to the
over. What do you mean? I don't say. Then they say now, all Canada and Kauma make us a we know what I said. You're okay. It is here.
Say, Nipa cause strike upon strike. Abanu, because you be able any party, I saw fat trot on what will be this. When you Abanu should need bus over Fedipa. So, yeah, just I don't know there. Some will say, won't Piscania Kutia. Sir, I said, do somebody. I saw free ministers, as Gracia called Chumna for says, I saw that ordinary people are. What mean be told me prepaid that?
What can be a matter? I'm fit to be a question, but I say, over bass or bass or no Wakasa or the Tobo. I don't know.
The governance are very bad. Young is coming free ministers, full stop.
Ghana, no, Ghana, Amamu, so because Amamu Papa be wafa, I don't need our dada now. There is no any good brother so far. And no being your my, the woman in the Chamuno, ye Chamina, ye de, ye Owohoi, a compare kakra. And nothing might be a binum if it's on my release kakra. But Abana identified the young as Omra metras no and 3 was move. Almost Omra met solve problems a woman. If you are no who say, problem no be what caused by the previous administration and not affecting Ghana for Motuaba. It's yes, our administration, you say, into Napo Promra. But as a book from no bad, that doesn't mean say all banners, yes, our money is Gabia can hold a Waba Monoti Jessica way for boom. No. On one ebe Juma womanum, na call fast war. Ghana benya sika kakra e de aye niema oba ye one o se ade ye akwa ye na oman no mu a be ma ye nya sika no say ministers 126 no e say no ye first is pe ye chemienu a half no nyina o musika imagine says aban we ban no fa 126 ministers a enka o mu no sika no nyina ka sa kai ho but ono no atwa ho no nyina gu so ono omu kakra no be ye sa adwuma no enti eze no za minister no nyina ya keka bi mu abomu a nipa ba ko adwuma nka eze nipa mienu we no nipa ba ko pe na ye including some ministers kura no they don't have your friend is saying a deputy minister enti sa aban we so o ka se ono no onsan mo no no and the ministers no kakra na aka no ena omuncha aka we ntua 3 billion no a minister 60 omukura ye 56 nipa 56 no ufi se so omutua how much no betimo atua ma ya cure your friend say to say ade a your friend no ade a your friend no a car ye 3 billion how many of them how much are they going to pay for them to be able to cure that debt and you know when I hear can it is not about say buy no ya the papa bia bofu nemo me pese me kire say e ya mamu born in obey inheritance
MPC ka ho bi nya ministers nyina ka ho bi
ki over kwame won say mo ka asama mo ka ne te say de wo no yire no matifie no waka jiro mu so ene ye bedi fufuo na mo wo Ghana no so pese wo yi MPC ka MP so pese wo di
I mean, tot.
o pese wo di MPC ka free ni nsam a untumi free prego as free ne ko MP Martin sika so untumi because MP nya wo na ade ne ba parliament eye kruma na ade ne ba no man na man sa privilege no the only people are buying what to me wo mo so ye ministers no but some ministers no mo sika no se do se ne beti Martin na ntu beti mama minister ya adwuma wo mra ontua ne kana na me ba ye kra no de na me ka ne say sa ehɔ no a mo pese mo de asɛm no ko say loss should be wo ba bi ene ne na nyina no eye process eno no enye one day job ne mom de ye one day job no say yemfa tax bi mra na yemfa nsokete ha na emwa yem because tax na na ɛwɔ hɔ no abandada no wadi sika na sɛ no wamfa nya adwuma na ɛsɛ sɛ yɛde yɛ no enti ne man na yɛgyina so a yɛbring enu akyi so no patro na moto no bi a 14 and 13 no say another motor no say almost 16 gross 17 e say no aba 13 binum kura ye 12 it here for one cd pen come ho na enkodru 17 na otua no e say no o de ai ka ho e be ba be 14 when aba say o sere mo so mo de na yemfo ntua sa aka ne mfiri ho da si yetimi bo mo de na etua sa aka no a na aboa ama and along the line so no say ye who said laws should be over here ye gusu ye yes adwuma I don't think say the government is sitting down there away nani nipa wo mo ye adwuma omo wi Ghana sika aban they are going after some of them ye nyina ye hunu wo ha ye ba platform isu be condemn sa aban no say ya chi obi Rambo style ndi aban no den this is the government waba mo no for 4 months now ba mo no betena bibi so na say e kada ho wanim say ya na you say no somebody is jumping from 8 years no akofo minor brosa no e bisa say 2012 na 2016 na kan yesen anya ntu na ma obaye abai we ya ba say kano 3 billion ono no find solution de betua eni say Ghana fo gide be kambum ne yatua enti say akofo ado abai no impose na esla bi ni ho a nanka ono no ye the best person to find solution to the problem because anything now they are buying through being some well it will be has yana ye to say a loss should be over baby and growphobia na way and no more we are nobody's doing anything I buy 8 years no into one who's our losses no and then I think your marking in parliament or no chere baby a losses or more ye boy chairman or where they know to me ye and the ever moment kaya sem said ye of I mean I Ghana may say I buy be anywhere what mamo papa be out him your tissue no or ya de change your coin. That is fact. You know, say, ya bre na yentimi ntua at 4 bebre na ye be demonstration. I know they are allowed. Demonstration, they say,
no demonstration on the 10th. Oh, yeah,
yeah. And as a phone, demonstration.
Civil servants will be
one bebre na or more tiafacono. Omu nim de omo ye. Na momu ye nyansani who say we nkuyi. O ya na ba no a calling na ye friend say attention say. O mpra wo ye se wo ya de nanso ye free say wo ye ni say ya ebeboa that doesn't mean say wo tan aba no eno ye good say mo ye propaganda na the any hona me so ye of Akofina or Casatimia and Yemasam. So ye ordinary person who can now Finyo Mark and the Casam no dia, or no there's a sense will be born as soon if you say, Wakoya Botema or Wakoya Botema, no my country and a report. Our demand Abana who was to say, this is what is going on. And then Abani Timian, for 8 years in. I don't know to me yet. Eti uba na beto kana wanye hwe wo ho na kana nyina bedu sabre ya yese obi jabi wo ho na edudu osen na na e wo ho dada de na e wo ho biara yese obi sha ase etua de ya yese 3 billion na aban no ahunu se 3 billion no ye ni sika da ho iri betua enti de nyina e kabom na etua Ghana na mo pese ye ni gi patron so na nyame adom akofom enti ye mfa kakra we so patron so wo na otua dodo dada If no above from ever 1 city pencil so Encoba.
Yeah, I mean, you move to talk like this,
but what kind of ministers no NGB? This is where the problem is. Me, I see woman GB ministers no NGB behind the taxpayers in the area. But this can say, me try me to me prepaid that, me 200 cities. There is a component that I buy via provide street light, but I got in Kraha. Sakuba na enyo baka se kwati tum abano buya kwasia
over no dey wo me say no wo hot you adena wo kan nobody is saying say nobody is saying say eye papa say o man kura by this time Ghana nka ye
no street lights and so what yeti esika yeti who koto ya me atebe na bre 5% be say ye provide but Sakuba na ha I to baka so wo krase police you Bob Kakani be fight him. Why are we doing this to ourselves? I'm saying we say in Kabo. Minus the ministers need to open to you.
I know you over. Me every minister David over. A different story. Me say minister Tia etono eno nyame na mbe manager no eno e hode ye me enye me ma
eno ne the unfairness no ti na dipa DPR trot for so na ejuma di abade be fa ekwan a workers e be ko e be se be nanti a se e be hwe on the 10th e be ma next week ya they have to do a U-turn in politics U-turn and that's what be reduce scano instead of one seat they be on there be 40%. Either U-turn because there's no way the government man the free will to pass it but enye ejuma
that's over one what's a ma okay over coffee what's a ma okay and no crap that means a woody policy need to just was through kakra
that's right I just said what you youth and I want to so
demonstration no another way nipa dey
right
attention say and o manum na won spectator o namom o ye your friend is saying supporter there that means we are all the support is also call abano to order say adena mo ye no sika na mo de atoso no including the Moses sika no pro only free so more right any demonstration you allowed e can democracy no but say am for play games no and I me say it is not about this government 4 months and it is not about previous 4 years at John Mahama Bedi ye Akufo-Addo 8 years let the people say the truth. People say
Papa me ye munu talk no be enke bi ni enkoda ade odara and I won't stop with nipa manati bongo kura baso nipa baso wakasa kakra manu don fi so meka bi
agota meme kata no nipa bia ba beje ma asem na ka wa mama nka ti na ofa kwa ma yi nani no eje sa nka meme nkasa nche yo meme gina so ama ofa be fa ma asem na aka sai eti no de me patom line no itanda me line no ya attack akumienu na loko be
ofa kwa me sign off and come back again sign yourself off and come back again
radio and this is Aquento 4 Radio.
Adobe Shodomu, Adipa Shodomu, waiting a mingwa that day.